We have come out. Data came in pretty decent across the board. Um, Data is much better than the market is expecting, but the problem is it's spiking yields and the dollar right now. So data coming in much better. Better jobless claims, higher GDP, higher PCE. Wow, look at the Dixie, ladies and gents. That is filthy beast. What a breakout on the dollar. The Dixie is ripping. Forcing Bitcoin lower. Holy, look at that candle on the Dixie, eh? We are ripping. Great to be net short. So data coming in, A-OK. Data coming in, A-OK. What a mover. We are going to print today. We are going to crush this trading session today. Our shorts are going to print. Holy moly, look at that dollar candle. That is a god candle. Basically, Powell forecasted this, guys. This is why it's important to follow Powell. Most times, he's pretty transparent, but what a move. So, to summarize some things real quick, basically, when we look at the data set as a whole, you got initial job loss claims coming in at 218,000 versus 233 expectations. So not only is it lower than the last print, but it's also lower than the forecast. So that's slightly a little bit more bullish. Less job loss claims typically yields to more spending, higher PCE, but a little bit more inflation. Then we look at GDP. GDP expectation was 3.3, coming in at 3.8%. That is inflationary. Then we look at core PCE. Core PCE coming in at 2.6% versus 2.5% expectations. So huge inflationary data set. We were already seeing the markets in the pre-market down sharply, and now you're getting a really sizable bid in inflationary assets, the Dixie. This is why we've been accumulating short the market. Now, although the data suggests that we could have a technical bounce intraday because it wasn't that bad, really when the bond market has been pricing in and the equity markets have been pricing in rate cuts, um, the problem is here, did the Fed fuck up? Excuse my language, but right now, 10 and 2 year yield are absolutely rocketing to the upside. So just as we're in a time where the Federal Reserve cuts rates and everyone's expecting bond yields to, yields to fall, we are not seeing that. I love it. I love it. This is a day where we are going to get paid for shorts, and this is what we have been hammering on accumulating shorts. We've said this market is extended beyond belief and people just get absolutely crazy. Let's look at the Fed watch tool here because things are certainly changing across the board. Um, so if we go to the October meeting, you can still see we're expecting an 89% chance of a cut. Let's see if that changes at all. Let's take a picture of that. I don't think this is updated and live just yet, so I'm going to take a screenshot of it because that's for our October meeting. Oops, didn't do that right. I just like to, I like to keep a track of what's shaking and moving because we'll take a picture of the December meeting. Yep, 100% Peter, the VIX is ripping. All right, so we've got a couple of those screenshots. Let's look at where we are trading here. So we're gonna absolutely print today. Specifically, small caps are gonna get dusted this morning. Absolutely filthy. Look at SPY at the lows. I love it. I absolutely love it. We're gonna have a lot of opportunity today. Let me just erase some of these moving averages just so we can see what the heck is going on here. What is going on? Do 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 do. Wow, look at that head and shoulders. They are just ripping it. We've already completed a symmetrical move down here, but we're already trading into this gap window. So this downside target on SPY, ladies and gents, they are absolutely taking us downtown. So let's put that bear target up there. Head and shoulders target. We'll leave that there. And we're gonna have a ton of opportunity today. See, we're already trading into that symmetrical move, that end pattern. We absolutely gapped over it. Let's erase that. We'll erase that. And we can erase that. And then the new channel that we have, we'll just adjust it to there. So let's change this to red. Let me just take off that EMA for a second to make it easy for us. We're just going to do a screenshot. Can't believe how quickly they're playing out this head and shoulders on SPY, right? That's crazy. Crazy to think. I am absolutely okay with that. Rip the frickin' band-aid off. Just rip it off. Exciting times. Very exciting times, guys. All right, so something's wrong. I wish, of course, on a day like today, my camera's having some issues. Um, it's not letting me do the update properly, but we'll figure that out later. All right, so yeah, that's looking pretty nice, that pattern. Looking very, very nice. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. So I want to see the lower boundary gap. So we've gapped over that gap. If I turn back on those adjustments, Interesting. So I think a big liquidity area is going to retest this gap. Yep, that aligns perfectly. That's where we should go today. Let me look at the chart real quick. Alright, so SPX is definitely gapping down this morning. We'll look at some individual tickers in a brief minute. I'm just getting my bearings on these indices because they're going to lead this market for sure. They will lead this market. Look at Ethereum too. Holy moly. Crypto getting slaughtered. Coming right into our next little target. Dollar still ripping. Still ripping. So start going through some of these headlines here. Holy shit, look at rig. What the hell happened to rig today? That's crazy. Down 16%. That is filthy. UNH getting clobbered. Everything is getting clobbered. Lithium Americas Corp still pushing. Craziness. Right, so now that we can get into the things here, I've done a little bit of a pre-market scan here. Wow, there is a sea of red today. A sea of red. And that is fine by me. Look at the Russell sitting right on the 20-day, right into a previous volume gap. That is stunning. 1, 2, 3 bar surge. I love it. You know, there is a chance that they can try to target this liquidity here today. That would be really, really filthy. If they wanted to get really nasty today, that's where they would push us. But that's a big stretch. They would try to sweep that volume pivot there. All right, so our IWM 241 puts are going to absolutely print this morning. That is crazy. I'm just going through some of the headlines now. JP Morgan maintains overweight on Intercontinental. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Woodside Energy, Fender, Jabil. Everything's trading lower. Even gold turned negative there. Lawsuits, lawsuits, lawsuits. Gosh, lost money in Savara. No. Holy shit, there's a lot of lawsuits. So many lawsuits. This company just comes out in a sea of red and just announces lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. CleanSpark stop slips after 100 million Bitcoin backed credit deal. Let's look at CleanSpark, CLSK. Bad time for them to announce that. CleanSpark. Walmart. Trust. Fed Goolsby says rate cuts can go down a fair bit more if inflation heads towards 2%. That's the big caveat. If inflation heads to 2%. That's the problem is the data we're seeing is it's not heading towards 2% just yet. So, Fed Goolsby, why are you tricking people? Why are you tricking people? You got to be a little bit nicer than that. Come on. Ethereum still getting clobbered here, ladies and gents. Just going through additional headlines here, trying to see what is shaking and moving. Yep. So we're just going through these headlines again, just to get a bearing of any sort of market moving headline. So far, it seems that a rising tide is going to be, well, it's not rising today. It's a basically a falling tide is going to sink all ships. But right now, the trend in the market is overwhelmingly under pressure, and we're going to discuss a few of those things. I'm just doing a quick news headline scan here. Yep, we already got that. We already know the economic data this morning that came out at 8:30 was certainly market moving. Clean Spark announcing a Bitcoin headline there. IWM is certainly getting walloped today, down 1.13%. QQQ down 0.7, SPY down 0.51, and our IWM 241 puts are going to be ripping up over 100% this morning. I love it. I love it. I love it. And we could have a really nasty day in S&P land. We're not even down 1% yet. We haven't fulfilled the downside target, which we'll discuss. But there's a ton of opportunity today, a lot of potential dead cap day trade bounces. You know, I was talking about that A-Lab yesterday. I said I would love to see A-Lab gap down again, and bang, look at that. A-Lab gapping down again. This is going to be on watch for a big, big potential bounce. I like it a lot. I really, really like A-Lab for a potential scalp long, ladies and gents. Ladies, gentlemen, wow. A-Lab could come down to 177 today in a very bearish move. Back tested that area. Yippers. A-Lab is weak, 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 weak. So, so weak. A-Lab. Let's look at that Bloom Energy again as well, because that one got walloped yesterday. Look at BE. We traded that with great success yesterday. They close it with what appears to be a little bit of a hammer candle on volume, and then they just gap it right over that volume. That is a thing of beauty. That is a clinical market maker bull trap on Bloom Energy. And we will have an opportunity on this ticker as well. Oh my God, it's just going to be a matter of what do we pick to go long today for day trading. There will be an epic bounce, but I wouldn't be surprised if the bounces get sold into just with the sheer momentum. All right, let's erase that because that's where we traded it last time. You're going to sweep this liquidity candle here, most definitely. What do we got, Bloom? What do we got? What do we got for moving average support? Daily chart, populating, populating, populating. Tag that 20-day, gapping over that 20-day yet again. Interesting. What about our weekly chart? Ooh, weekly chart 7 moving average is sitting right down there. Very cool. Let's erase that. Yeah, so I like Bloom Energy. Right on that. Where did we go in the pre-market? That is the big question. A little bit of a bounce. All right, all right, all right. We will keep that on watch. Let me just make sure there's nothing else that's headline driven. Not really any positive news other than some slight buy pressure in BlackBerry today. BlackBerry reporting earnings, coming out with a double beat. It initially took a bit of a dump. Now it's trying to firm up. Yes, sir, Peter. OKLO finally gives it up today, 100%. It's got a whole lot more. But yeah, OKLO, finally giving up the goods on OKLO. And I'm just barely green on my short commons. I still think OKLO is going right back down. To think, okay, so looking at OKLO's daily chart, it's had a monstrous run, right? Look at where OKLO's weekly breakout candle is. I mean, that is crazy, right? Its weekly retest is all the way down at 83 bucks, guys. So that is the critical area that we're probably going to backtest. Not today, but give it a month or so, month or two, and I think OKLO is going to be right back down to that weekly low. OKLO did bounce intraday or pre-market off of this upper boundary channel. So it has bounced a little bit here. You can see the low for OKLO, which we'll mark with that little tool. Basically came all the way down to here. Oh, finally have our WDC 106 puts in the money. This is another stock that is just absolutely insane. Insane. I mean, the deviation move that this has had is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The fact that it's been grinding on a standard deviation 2 band on the weekly chart for such a long time is just absolutely insane. Craziness. And then someone will say, well, it had a lot of consolidation there. Well, in theory, it's even worse. 1, 2, 3 deviation move since you've been in this consolidation. It's just filthy. Filthy on WDC. But those puts will also start to wake up. All right, I'm just want to go through some more headlines here just to make sure I'm not missing any sort of catalysts here this morning. There it is. And forgive me, my camera. The software wanted to do an update this morning. It always picks updates at the worst time possible. We got a bloodbath and now the camera's not working, but still got my voice, so. So today's a day where you want to look for some relative strength. You want to be looking at those names that you've been eyeing up for entries. Although we can still go lower, starting to nibble a little bit. I think that there was probably going to be a dead cat bounce intraday and then a continuation of selling. I don't think we got to watch the dollar. The Dixie breaking out intraday, that's an important metric to watch. Right now it's getting a little bit of sell side pressure as it's trying to retest its 50-day moving average, but great day to be net short. Looking at uranium, nasty. What an epic bearish engulfing candle followed by a gap down weekly chart. You can see even on the weekly chart of uranium here, its weekly retest candle is all the way down here. Weekly low. Crazy to think. We're only just piercing the 7-day now. Look at SMR. It's coming in. RKLB. That's coming in. Yeah, everything's going to come in today. Who are we kidding? Everything's going to come in. Looking at how our cash position is doing, UUP. Another day where UUP is gapping up to the high side. You know, just in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, 7 trading sessions, our cash has generated a nice little gain here. Where's my measuring tool? You know, almost up 1.7%. That's a really good yield on cash. You're seeing SOXS gap up a little bit this morning. This one could easily work itself to its gap fill. You still have a hyperextension in your SOX ETF, although it's still strong. The big level we need to watch for is this area here, that previous little pivot high, and the fact that we're back into this wide range weekly sell-off candle. That's what I'm watching for as well. So that's going to be an important metric to watch. This previous wide range red candle on SOX going back to July of last year. If we close the right now we're sitting right on it. If we close the week below this candle, that could force more selling. If we close the week above that candle, then technically we're still okay. So I would highly suggest you keep watch of this wide range red bar candle. Okay. Going back to July. See what else we got market moving here. So we finally are tapping 7-day moving averages. The next critical resistance or support is really going to be our weekly sevens. That's now what I'm watching for, larger time support. We'll see if we want to get above there. Investors asked Disney to share records related to Jimmy Kimmel's brief suspension. Okay. Markets are trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. Just a little bit. Gold is basically turned back to the green side. Tesla's your worst performing mega cap today. So you can see Tessie. I was close to shorting Tesla. I thought it was going to make one more sweep of the high, but nevertheless, it's under a bit of pressure. Nvidia, a little bit of a bullish failed breakout, it looks like on the daily chart. So That needs to be monitored closely. Not a strong pattern there for NVDA. All right, what else we got going on? All right, let's just go through our top gainers and top losers. So let's start off with our gainers this morning. We got Lithium Americas Corp continuing to gap to the upside. What a beast. LAC is continuing to move, showing some strength in a weak tape. You got ticker LUXE also gapping up this morning. Nothing really to do there for me. AMRC gapping up this morning. What the heck is going on there? You got S-Tech, GWH. A little bit of a Bill Gates company gapping up this morning, also very small. CBRE probably had earnings, gap up. Oh no, they're not gapping up. Never mind, I stand corrected. Let's look at Birkenstocks, BIRK. They're showing some strength down here, Birkenstocks. Very, very interesting. United Clarivate PLC, CLVT. Let's see what that's doing here. We've got a few different NASDAQ stocks ripping. TA. All right, top losers on the session. OKLO's up there. KMX, CarMax is getting absolutely wrecked this morning, guys. Look at CarMax on earnings. That's also going to weigh in on Carvana. Shit, I should have shorted Carvana. Look at Carvana gapping down as well. But that KMX is just getting annihilated here on earnings. What the hell did they do? Huge miss on earnings there. They were already slightly oversold intraday. Wow, KMX looks like that head and shoulders on the weekly is starting to take shape. Can you believe that, eh? You've triggered that head and shoulders a while back. You've been chopping in a bit of a, this is basically a reverse stage one basing formation. This is like a stage, well, stage one. Is like a stage 4 breakdown starting for KMX. This is kind of KMX's final leg lower, but you could see it coming into 1638. Very, very nasty. Ticker RIG, gapping down after RIG was looking so explosive to the upside. RIG this morning getting annihilated. Again, it's a high beta oil play. Basically, RIG announced a public offering of 125 million shares. So RIG announces public offering. So net dilution getting slapped down. Quite a bit more downside to go. What else you got? Ticker WTTR getting slapped right now. Down on the session. We got BE, which I'm on watch for a day trade long, guys. Bloom Energy. I got a long level on Bloom. We traded this yesterday with a great success. And we'll keep that one on watch. I think I have an alert already set there. Yeah. But that looks quite interesting for Bloom, I think. We also have A-Lab on watch for a long. A-Lab gapping down yet again. I've been just trying to figure out where to take this stock, and I haven't quite pinpointed a level just yet. So let's do a little bit of work on it. Let's throw up some fib levels from this earnings breakaway gap. So A-Lab probably wants to go a little bit lower. You're getting slightly oversold. A ton of volume was traded yesterday. Your first Fibonacci level comes right into this zone. That's not bad. Testing a previous breakout zone. Wow. They could be really mean with this stock though. They could be really, really mean with this stock. That's not a bad area there. You got a nice Fibonacci retrace zone. You've got an upsloping trend line connecting these two major pivots. You're back testing a little bit of a breakout zone. Interesting. Cure breakthrough treatment for Huntington's disease. Wow, that's probably ripping. Thanks for the market insights. We'll take a look at Cure. Yeah, so I mean, that had that news pop yesterday, right? Catching a little bit of a follow through today. It was up 247% already, so it's a big move already. I mean, it's tough to chase it after this one. I would highly suggest you wait for a pullback of some degree. But chart pattern not looking terrible, I would say, for more upside today. But definitely extended. So have Joby under a bit of pressure. Pretty much the whole market's under pressure today. Joby gapping down. Archer Aviation also under some pressure this morning. BBAI under pressure. So this is why we took a lot of profits and longs off of the table over last week and this week. QS, Sharpers, I hope you still have your QS trade going on. You got QBTS falling. You got Rigetti falling here. You got IONQ finally starting to fall here. We are still short commons and put options. This one still has quite a bit of room to the downside. Obviously, OKLO is falling, finally taking our short green. Looking for much more. OKLO should still retest 85 bucks. Not today, but soon. Let's look at Micron. Obviously, we're still short Micron. That's gapping down yet again. I still think Micron can at least come down to 150 before it gets into a bit more of a long level. Let's look at ticker Wolf Speed, WOLF. That's gapping down. Our SoFi puts are finally starting to wake up as well. SoFi is under pressure. Another down day for LDI. Still looking for that to go lower. Today you have some strength in some consumer staples. Pepsi gapping up this morning. Pepsi's looking pretty good from my opinion. IREN, that's under pressure this morning. So that was our newest trade yesterday in the options trading group, and that is already paying us quite nicely. So we already have our iron $46 puts deep in the money, guys. So members, if you're wanting to take profits on IREN puts, we still have till October 10th, so we still got quite a bit of time. I would love to see it sweep this entire bullish candle. But basically looking at crypto, right now Bitcoin backtesting its EMA 113, continuously under pressure. I think Bitcoin can now come back down to 106, 107. You're looking at Ethereum, we are still short ETH. I'm looking at trimming some more profits on ETH, but I want it to go a little bit lower. Ethereum's definitely, it's hitting some support here. You almost came into that symmetrical measured move, basically kissed it. So there is some support on Ethereum here, but I'm expecting it to retest that daily chart EMA 113. We're up still about just over 17% on the short trade. And you look at how Bitcoin's chart is trading, BTC is right at that EMA 113. So off of its first initial sell-off, Bitcoin pierced its EMA 113. So I'm expecting Ethereum to also come down to that EMA level. So we're up nicely on our crypto shorts. Those are working out quite well, very, very well. Let's look at financials here. JP Morgan also coming in quite nicely. Still has quite a bit more downside, I think, for JP Morgan. I gotta stand up here because we are set to start trading here very shortly. So again, members, I'm looking at taking profits. Yep, KMX was crushed after earnings, absolutely. So you're gonna have some sympathy weakness in Carvana. Carvana also coming in. All right, so we got a ton of different things happening here. Let's get settled in for the market session here. OKLO's trying to bounce just a little bit here. Your Dixie's still super duper strong. All right, so we're gonna have a bloodbath to start the session. Absolute bloodbath. Obviously, there's probably gonna be a bit of a dead cap bounce. Let's flip to the dual screens here. I'm gonna watch IWM here because that is what I'm positioned short in here. You can see IWM puts are deep in the money. 241's coming into a gap fill, so there is some support here for the Russell. There's definitely some support. Let's just see what can see. We've even gapped into a hourly chart EMA on the Russell. Take this ATR off. So A-Lab on watch. We've got Bloom Energy on watch for a long. So members, I'm looking at taking profits on IWM puts off the open. We got SPY as well. It's a really nice chart on SPY. We can see SPY has fulfilled the symmetrical measured move, Head and shoulders target takes us all the way down to 656 today, guys. Whether or not that happens, I don't know, but that's what it suggests. We'll keep these main indices open here. Open here, open. Spot. IWM still getting pretty heavy here. Micron coming in. Can see A-Lab under a little bit of pressure. Look at the absolutely ripping. Close my IWM puts at $3.54. Absolutely a ripper of a trade coming into a support level for SPY here. SPY is just getting wrecked. IWM also still getting dusted down here. But I closed my IWM puts. Beautiful job if you caught that trade with us. Thank you very much. Managing positions right now. Managing the swing trades, ladies and gents. Look at A-Lab fat candle back up. Let's look at Bloom Energy. Bloom Energy catching a fat candle. You got OKLO trying to catch a fat candle. Interesting. Micron still looking heavy down here, but trying to firm up just a touch. Banked a huge amount there on IWM puts, guys. Huge amounts. $1.40 to 354. So we banked 150% on our IWM puts, guys. SPY still at the lows. Bloom Energy catching a bounce. Dixie still softening. Wow, look. Intel strong today. SPRC strong today. Wow, PepG up a huge. Rig still getting slaughtered. Big Bear still getting slaughtered. BMNR getting slaughtered. Iron still under pressure. OKLO looks like it wants to come in a little bit more now. Look at this market. No bid yet. No bid yet, ladies and gents. Pepsi's green. Sox is still pushing down. IONQ still looking heavy here, like it can go much, much lower on the session, but trying to catch a little bit of a bid. SPY could still go down a little bit to that head and shoulders, but it's into a big area. It's your previous liquidity gap fill for your S&P 500. OKLO, that's still under pressure. Micron still under pressure. Interesting. Craziness. SPY could bounce here a little bit. That would not shock me, but just understand this market can easily sell off as we still have lower boundary targets. OKLO still down 13, Micron down 3.5. Iron still gapping down. BlackBerry, look at BlackBerry, guys. BB trying to make a little bit of a push here, taking our 450 lottos in the money. BlackBerry could squeeze here. BlackBerry's on watch for a bit of a long continuation. Look at that. BlackBerry moving. BlackBerry moving to the upside here. Can you believe it? BlackBerry's ripping. BBAI still under pressure. Google still under pressure. Tesla down 3.5. Can you believe that? Squeeze it, BlackBerry. Still seeing weakness. OKLO still coming in pretty sharply. You still have strength in your dollar. Crypto's down. Open door still hanging in there. What else we got going on? GDX still positive. Nat gas stock still doing well. Marvell down 3.5. Ethereum under 4K. Still a bloodbath right now. Pockets of mini strength in some insurance, consumer staples. OKLO trying to catch a fat little candle as the S&P 500 is at the lows. IWM trying to stabilize here. IONQ getting absolutely ripped. Look at SPY dumping, ladies and gents. That is filthy move down. Filthy move down. Holy moly. That is crazy. IONQ, we're getting paid on IONQ. Iron coming in. Mega Cap Tech getting slaughtered. Open door just went negative. Not much strength. SoFi, guys, is paying us as well. SoFi puts are printing right now. All right, SPY's coming into a very, very, very big level here. It could catch a little bit of a bounce. Head and shoulders target is coming into play. SPY coming in hot and heavy. Hot and heavy. Look at SoFi, guys. SoFi just demolished today. Again, backtesting a little bit of a critical area. Let's look at A-Lab again. That's getting sold into. We're still waiting for A-Lab to hit a long level. Bloom Energy is still bouncing here. OKLO still under a little bit of pressure. Micron still under a little bit of pressure this morning. Everything is still seeing. JP Morgan just turned red. IREN, guys, down nicely. Look at our IREN puts that we just took yesterday. Those are deep in the money. SPY is knifing through targets here. Craziness, eh? That is just crazy. We are seeing Wall Street getting liquidated here. There is some support here in the overall market. I trimmed half of my IREN $46 puts. I trimmed half of my IREN $46 puts. Gonna move stop loss to break even. Nice little trade there. We could get a bounce here. We could get a small bounce. I'm also looking at trimming a little bit of SoFi puts. Trimming a little bit of SoFi puts as well. OKLO's still trying here. Actually, we'll keep SoFi running. That's got a lot of time left. Look at the SPY just absolutely dumping. Still got IWM going lower. Micron going lower, guys. Look at the bloodbath. Look at BlackBerry showing some strength. 450s are trying to push here. Holy moly. Look at that. SMR down 7. OKLO down 12.5. IONQ getting pummeled as well. S&P 500 still getting pummeled here. Markets are getting a little stretched to the downside intraday. We have fulfilled the head and shoulders target. Crazy to think, eh? Nasty day in the equity markets. Great day for members here. Paying us, paying us, paying us. Micron's still going. Dollar's still consolidating. You got Nvidia still being pummeled. JP Morgan down 0.35. Let's see if SPY wants to bounce off of this head and shoulders target. Still holding IONQ short. OKLO still selling a little bit. That is a nasty 10-minute down candle for the market. It is still free falling. Absolutely. BlackBerry is green, guys. BlackBerry is pushing here. Look at BlackBerry showing some resiliency in the trading session right now. Craziness, eh? Absolutely crazy. BlackBerry showing relative strength. Intel still strong. LAC still pushing. Look at BlackBerry ripping, showing relative strength here. SPY still melting lower. Holy moly. Let's look at our SOXS. Whoops, that's the wrong chart. SOXS ripping to the upside. Your VIX is ripping. SOX is up 7%. IONQ down 7%, guys. Look at that move down. Drilling still here. OKLO still getting slaughtered. Micron still under pressure. Nvidia is still under pressure, but trying to bounce just a touch here. Tesla down 4. OKLO down 14. SoFi down 4. Iron down 5. QBTS getting slapped. Crypto stocks under a lot of pressure right now. You're still seeing this market getting absolutely bludgeoned here. We have already made our money on the swing trade side, and now we're looking to potentially scalp. This is a liquidation. Absolute liquidation, guys, in the market. Big bounce occurring in the market. Really decent bounce. Come on, SPY. Give us a little bit of a bid. Still got Micron under pressure. WDC holding steady. IONQ down 7.5. Crazy, crazy move. SPY still at the lows. SoFi in, down. LDI continuing to sell. OKLO continuing to sell. LDI back down to the lows yet again. Crazy day in the markets, guys. Absolute crazy day. Amazing to be net short. Amazing. Let's look at some of these day trades because this market is still just knifing. A-Lab still coming in. Bloom Energy still looking like it wants to come in. SOXS is flying to the high side here. You have your UVXY absolutely pumping to the high side. Crypto still under pressure. Rig is just getting smoked. Micron still at the lows. Crazy. Uranium down now 4.24%. Holy. Crazy day. Crazy day. It's 15% down on OKLO. BABA down 3.1. Archer down 7.5. Lululemon getting smoked. Open Door now down 3.4. Ondas, ONDS finally seeing some distribution. That one has been one tough SOB. Okta down. Okta holding steady though. GDX still green. Marvell down 4. Ethereum getting slaughtered here. SCCO, guys. Alright, guys. I am taking some profits on my SCCO commons. I'm just going to trim a little bit here because I think SPY can bounce. This is from yesterday. Taking some profit on SCCO commons. Markets could get a decent bid here. Let's look at Freeport McMoran. That's still at the lows. This one's down another 4% today. This is also a scalp long. Freeport should catch a bounce with the market. Come on, pump SPY up. Pump it up. Again, we did enter a member trade there. Let's look at Apple. We got some more data coming in. Apple's holding steady here, guys. BlackBerry's still pumping here. Craziness, eh? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Uranium catching a little bit of a bid. Micron still at the lows. Dollar still trying to firm up. Look at BlackBerry go. That is just insane. Insane, insane, insane. A-Lab trying to catch a bid. BlackBerry now up 6.97% there. Adobe, Pepsi, green. SoFi trying to catch a bit of a bid. They could easily give SPY a nice bounce here, guys. Just be aware of that. Just be aware. They're trying to bounce some of the quantum names. They are trying to bounce some of those quantum plays, guys. All right, members, I'm also closing my LDI put options. LDI, I am exiting my full LDI position. So I closed my full LDI position for $1.30. Big bounce in the S&P 500. We are seeing some accumulation occurring. Let's look at Bitcoin and crypto here. Look at Bitcoin. Nice job, guys. We are getting a decent sized bid here in SPY. Come on, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more of a dead cat bounce. Here we go, SPY. Come on. Give us a big push. Give us a big push. We are long SPY 0 DTE calls with members. We are long SPY 0 DTEs. Come on, give us a big push. Ethereum still looks like it could come in a little bit more. I'm close. We're up nicely on our ETH. We're up very nicely on our ETH. SPY's getting a nice bid here. Here we go, SPY. Big, big push. Come on, SPY. Give us a push. Ethereum's still under pressure. Semis are trying to bounce a little bit. OKLO trying to bounce a little bit. I was hoping A-Lab would come a little bit lower. Perhaps it still will. Rig's still under pressure. Let's look at open here. SPY down 0.75. Trying to put in a bit of a hammer candle. Open door making a nice move here. JP Morgan still under pressure. Adobe, Pepsi, Green. SoFi still under pressure. OKLO still down 12.6. NEO having a nice day today. Micron still down. Western Digital down a little bit. Your Dixie chart is trying to catch another little bid here, guys. DXY is trying to move. SPY's getting some fat candles to the upside here. Here we go. Come on. Push us, push us. Look at that Dixie chart though. That is just a beast in itself. Holy moly. Our SPY calls are now ripping. Our SPY calls are ripping. Come on. Here we go. Come on, push it, SPY. Push it, push it. Dixie, though, still ridiculously strong at the moment. Baba down a couple. Archer still under pressure. Duolingo having a good day. Marvell still under pressure. SMCI under pressure. VKTX down. Marvell still down 3.1. SCCO under pressure. Let's go. Call options on SPY. 0 DTEs. Let's go. Push it. Rip it, SPY. FCX still getting annihilated down here. Interesting. Humana still under pressure. Let's look at some of these other drone stocks. DPRO trying to catch a bit of a bid, clawing it back. Ondas trying to claw it back here. IWM. See what that's trying to do. Good morning, JP. Sorry, it's been a busy morning. Plug Power still under pressure. Cypher still under pressure. Tesla still down. Soundhound. SPY right back down. Can you believe that, eh? Just an absolute full force liquidation. Let's look at some of these other names. CoreWeave acting well. Some pressure. Let's look at Tempest AI. That's under a lot of pressure. Wow. TEM. Interesting. Very, very cool. Let's look at Snapchat again. Snapchat's still coming in just a little bit. SPY still heavy, Micron still heavy, IONQ still under pressure. JP Morgan just turning slightly negative. Dixie new high of the session, ladies and gents. JP Morgan starting to sell here, so we could see financials now take another little trip to the basement here. This is getting dangerous. Look at financials. Financials are coming in sharply. Yikes. SE, another little down day for SE. Let's look at ALAB again. ALAB still holding. Bloom Energy still holding. I would suggest if you're wanting to get along the market, you find some individual names that you've been watching over the last few sessions and don't full port into them, but just maybe start accumulating little nibbles. Uranium catching a decent sized bid. Your dollar still at the highs of the session. Let's look at Carvana. That's under pressure as KMX is still getting pretty wrecked down here. Look at KMX. That is just filthy, eh? SPY looks like it wants to retest those lows. Just looking at all of these other high flyers, you still have some stocks that are pretty extended here. Well, today we got the initial jobless claims, JP. So today was very important. Today we got the jobs data. And give your days. Tomorrow we don't have any employment data. It's just your PCE data, core PCE and PCE, and some inflation news. So tomorrow's your inflationary data. Today was your employment data. SPY still trying to push here. A-Lab's still trying to come in here, guys. I'm just trying to scan this market for other day trading opportunities. Not seeing much yet other than the main indices catching a bit of a bid here. We will see what happens. Your dollar's still at the highs of the tape here. Let's look at some of these mega caps again. Yeah, look at Amazon. Amazon's actually into an area for a long trade here, guys. I do like Amazon actually here. Literally here for a scalp long. Amazon's looking pretty decent. So tempting here. So tempting here. Nice technical breakdown. SPY still trying to shake out some of the bulls. Still seeing heavy distribution. WBD, that's gone positive on the tape. Nvidia is still seeing a little bit of distribution. Tesla down 3.9. BBAI still struggling. Ondas turning green. NEO still green. SOX ETF still doing well. IONQ still trying to hold steady. Big bounce on big bounce on IREN. Interesting. Looking at an Amazon long here. Looks interesting. Meta down sharply. Microsoft selling off here. So no bid yet in Microsoft. Looks like SPY could easily revisit a little. Microsoft getting liquidated here. Holy moly. Microsoft is getting liquidated. SOXS still falling. Tesla still falling. QQQ down 1.2. IWM down 1.4. SPY holding a little bit more relative strength, but now looking to revisit the lows. Yikes. SPY is selling hard. Hard and heavy. UUP still ripping. WDC coming in. IONQ still struggling a little bit, but trying to stabilize. SCCO trying to bounce a little bit. Let's look at Freeport McMoran here. This one's getting so oversold that there's probably a day trade here. I mean, it just keeps getting liquidated here. Craziness. I just entered a high risk trade there, live day trade room on FCX. High risk day trade on FCX. I repeat, a very high risk trade on FCX. Long FCX. Let's see if we can get a bit of a bounce here. Come on, FCX. Give us a little bit of a bid here. You have been demolished. SPY's still weak. WDC starting to curl down a little bit. Semiconductors are still coming in. SPY catching a little bit of liquidity here. Here we go. Can they push SPY back into the channel? We fulfilled the head and shoulders downside target. Dixie still strong. Nvidia pushing up. Big Bear AI under some pressure still. OKLO trying to firm up a little bit. Still seeing the markets heavy down here. Very, very heavy. Big since no bid yet in CX. SPY, come on, SPY. Let's see if we can print these calls. To a new options trade as well. Lots of action in the tape today, guys. Lots of action in the tape. Freeport McMoran getting wrecked right now. Coming in hard and heavy. Ethereum still selling off sharply, guys. ETH is getting wrecked. IONQ still seeing a little bit more selling. Micron trying to bounce. That's okay. IWM was my big winner. But I did issue some new options trading alerts. A stock that I've been watching for quite a while. Bouncing. Oracle A-Lab still under pressure. Freeport McMoran still coming in sharply. Western Digital curling down. IONQ big bounce in the S&P. We are green on our call options, guys. We are green on our calls in the live day trade room. Come on, take us to 658. Let's go, let's go. Here we go. Big bounce, guys. We're pushing up almost 40% here on our SPY calls. Beautiful. Dixie softening. NVIDIA trying to go green on the tape. Here we go. NVIDIA is trying to go green. SPY calls are ripping. Just trimmed 1/3 of my SPY calls at 92 cents. Just trimmed 1/3, locking in a little bit of profits. Gonna move stop loss to break even. Beautiful little trade there. About 36% on first trim. We are crushing it today. Portfolio is growing quite nicely. You are seeing a bit of a bid and continuation move. BlackBerry still trying to push. JP Morgan's trying to go green. I still think we can go a little bit lower. Duolingo's ripping today. That's crazy. SPY calls are still pushing. My next trim on SPY calls is going to be $1.15. Kind of into this opening range high, guys. That's my next trim, members. $1.15. 658 SPY calls are printing. Printing here. This is what I'm talking about. NVIDIA almost going green. Crazy, eh? That is filthy. Markets are catching a decent sized bid here. Look at those calls. All right, guys, I just took another trim at $1.15. Huge profits here. Huge profits. Only have 30% of my 658s left, leaving the rest riding here. Freeport still falling here. NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA going green. AMD trying to make a move. OKLO catching a fat candle. A-Lab catching a fat candle. That was amazing, guys. Second trim, we netted about 76% profit. And let's let the rest ride. Can we get 658 calls in the money? Let's go. Let's go, SPY. Look at A-Lab ripping now. IONQ starting to rip. Markets are catching a fat candle. Again, my average on the 658 calls is 67 cents. We accumulated in two little areas down here. You're seeing this market trying to push. Look at NVIDIA ripping. Archer still down. Open's gone positive. Duolingo seeing a really decent bid today in DUOL. Take a look at this play. Ripping to the upside. Come on, Spy, get these 650. Look at Duolingo ripping. Duolingo is seeing a huge move here. Huge move. Crazy. Absolutely filthy move. Ethereum still under 4K. Snapchat still down. Marvell trying to firm up. Nat gas stocks are still strong. Nat gas inventories are in 22 minutes, ladies and gents. Come on, get these SPY 658s in the money, guys. Look at this bullish Duolingo chart. That is ripping. Look at SPY. Our SPY calls are printing. Almost pushing up 100% here. Come on, let's go. Let's go 658 SPY calls. Amazing. Printing. Come on. Look at Nvidia almost turning green. Holy moly. Seeing a little bit of a bid now in Freeport. It's still so oversold down here. They are printing this market back up here. You're getting some crazy moves. Look at IWM starting to rip. Can they get our 658 SPY calls in the money? Holy moly. We just tapped around 100% there, seeing a little bit of rejection off that OR high, but that was a fat candle. I'm talking so fat. IONQ and quantum stocks still under a little bit of pressure. Adobe green, Pepsi negative, SoFi firming up, SOX ETF trying to make a move, OKLO testing 118, still down 9%, Micron still down a couple, WDC still trying here, IWM trying. Let's look at Bloom Energy again, BE making a pretty strong red to green reversal. How's ALAB doing? ALAB trying to firm up. How are these space stocks? RKLB trying to make a move. RKT trying to make SPY calls are almost up 100%. 658s are almost in the money. Boom, 658 SPY calls are in the money. We're up over 100%. Let's go. Push this SPY. Push it. Push it. All right, members, I'm all out of my SPY calls, all out of my 658 zero DTEs. Huge gain there in the live day trade room. Thank you very much. $1.42 sell. Amazing. Amazing. That is clinical day trading there. This is exactly what I was waiting for. About 112% gain. Amazing. We banked on the put side. We just crushed it. Oh, all in a day's work, man. I'm freaking done already, pretty much. I am almost done already. So 658 SPY calls in the live trading room, 112% gain. We've taken profits on the options trading group. That is amazing. Amazing to see. Now let's see if we can revisit the lows. They could easily sell us right back down. I would not be surprised. You got names like IONQ still trying to come in. That was amazing. Wow, what a rush. What a rush, ladies and gents. That is filthy moves. All right. Micron still trying to firm up. Nvidia still ripping. Intel still absolutely ripping. Tesla catching a fat candle. BMNR still down a little bit. Should we take profits on our Ethereum short? That's trying to firm up just a little bit here. Holy crazy, guys. That is insane. Absolutely insane. I'm already up 6 Gs today from trading. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, watch out for these quantum names. They are starting to get a little bit heavier here. A little bit heavier. Markets are still trying to firm up though. That was a rush, guys. That was a frickin' rush. Wow. Just be careful of this market. We still have a dollar that is so strong. They could easily revisit. This is technically a short zone. You could use this high pivot as a stop loss. But that Dixie's still really strong, guys. So just be very cautious about it. Let's look at our nat gas RRC play here. That one's still trying to pump to the high side here. Crazy. Breaking out on the daily chart ahead of inventories. Interesting. Very interesting. We look at nat gas. Nat gas is still shaking and moving, trying to break out of a little bit of a bull flag. Inventories are in 15 minutes or so. Quite crazy. OKLO still trying to get a little bit of a dead cat bounce here. Let's look at open. Open door still acting well. We'll keep IONQ up because that is selling. We'll see if quantum stocks are giving us any sort of an indication. Let's look at Freeport McMoran again. Freeport's still extremely oversold down here, guys. Freeport should give us a bit of a bounce here. All right, markets are trying to firm up yet again. Yet again. Neo is ripping today. Let's look at SoundHound and these eVTOL stocks. Are they into a bit of a buy zone? Yeah, SoundHound, a nice pullback. Wow, look at SPY starting to rip for new highs. Tempest AI catching a bit of a bid as well. Very interesting. Very cool. Let's look at ASTS, BBAI. Still pulling back just a little bit here. Let's look at Marvell again. Marvell's catching a nice bid. Let's look at Meta. Meta's still pretty weak down here, but it should try to firm up. Potential little inverse head and shoulders on Meta's chart. SPY ripping. Your S&P 500 is ripping. Nvidia goes green, guys. Nvidia went green. Uranium catching a fat bid to the upside. That's why OKLO's trying to press. Interesting day in the markets today. JP Morgan ripping. SPY still trying to rip here. OKLO trying to rip. Freeport McMoran still near the lows. Let's look at its counterparty, SCCO. That's trying to firm up just a little bit. IWM catching a nice candle on the Russell. Interesting. Markets are still trying to hold steady here. They are still trying. Duolingo still ripping. Dragonfly DPRO, that's starting to rip. Okta's turned green. PayPal, TAN, SMCI, they're still all negative. Let's look at some of these other semiconductors here since we've gone through a nice sell-off here. ON trying here. Let's look at AMAT. TTD. The dip is being bought in the main indices here. The dip is being bought in the main indices here. CoreWeave still showing some structure, trying to break out here on the daily. I don't think they're going to make that dip by too easy. I feel like they want to take us back down a little bit, at least retest some lower price, and then that would give some potential accumulation entries in the market. But profits have been secured here in the live day trade room. Look at Bloom Energy bouncing. Whoa, crazy. BE is just absolutely a beast today. An absolute beast. Intel's just ripping, flying to the upside. Look at that. New high. Intel's into a short zone. Craziness. Neo's flying. Tempted to buy BBAI, but I still think they can retrace this market just a little bit. I'm seeing quantum stocks, and quantum stocks are not really getting the bounce you would expect. And they're still looking slightly bearish here. Maybe it's just because they're so extended and they don't really make any money. But your leaders are still seeing quite a bit of downside pressure. I repeat, they're still seeing quite a bit. So let's see if they want to take SPY back down. There will be another opportunity for day trading. But I am just looking at different positions here now. It has been a wild trading session here. Wild. Come on, SPY. Give us one more dip. Give us one more dip. I'd love to buy some more names off of another dip. Come on, give us the retest. Give us the retest, SPY. Give it to us. All right, quantum stocks are trying to catch a bit of a bid and participate in this market. Come on, SPY. Give us a little bit of a dip lower. Your Dixie softening just a touch here. LAC still ripping. Cypher down sharply. Let's look at this ticker Cypher. That's still down. Crypto still under quite a bit of pressure. Let's look at MSTR here. Yeah, look at the MSTR breakdown, guys. That could be in for an interesting area. Look at our BITI here. Double-digit gains so far. SPY's still trying to press. Bitcoin's still trying to hang on to that area. Ethereum, interesting. Ethereum's still trying. Quite a bit more stocks are turning green here, guys. You're getting a lot more green on the screen as the markets are bouncing and recapturing quite a bit of these losses. You still have the IWM down 0.8, Qs are down 0.7, but SPY is starting to rip. You're getting a lot more broad market participation from your S&P 500 stocks. Interesting. Very, very cool. Seeing Freeport trying to catch a bit of a bid with this market. Freeport is trying. Nvidia's back to the green side. You still have the dollar trying to push up just a little bit. Open doors up 6%, seeing nice accumulation in open. Nat gas still strong on the session, and inventories are in roughly 8 minutes here. You have your 2-year yield up 1.3, 10-year yield up 0.92, Dixie up 0.47, Bitcoin down 1.4, crude oil breathing, taking a breather, Amazon turning green, Nvidia, Apple green, Meta, Google, Tesla still struggling on the session here. A little bit more of a bid creeping in. Look at Duolingo today. Absolute beast of a stock. It is ripping to the upside. How's JD doing? Let's see, TME. TME still trying to come in. Micron trying to curl slightly higher here. Let's look at AVGO, Broadcom. That's trying to firm up as well. S&P still trying to trend here. That's okay, Ram. There will be more opportunity. There will be more. Octa's green. Interesting. Range research. Nat gas stock still ripping. Still ripping. Craziness, guys. Absolutely crazy. Nvidia's just flying here. NVDA is absolutely flying. Ethereum still struggling. MSTR trying to get a little bit of a bid. Crypto stocks are trying here. XYZ. Let's look at XYZ here. Block. They are trying to punch this market higher, guys. They are trying to rip it. You got strength creeping back into the market at every single sector right now. S&P getting bid right back up. Oracle still down 3.6%. ARM, let's take a look at ARM. ARM is backtesting a critical area here. Interesting. Tempted to buy some ARM here, but there's probably better semiconductors. We are seeing a full-on reversal back to the high side on SPY. Absolutely a huge push. Are they going to take this market green? That would be insane. Insane if they take it green, right? Holy moly, look at them push this market, guys. We are getting a full-fledged V-shaped reversal. Look at that. Coming into a little bit of a breakdown zone here on the hourly chart. So just understand there is a little bit of resistance here. Quite a bit of resistance now. We're approaching. So manage those 0 DTEs if you're long. I already took my profits, left a little bit on the table, but I have made money, so I am happy as a clam. All right, what else we got going on here? What can we buy for swing trades? This is the days where you look at what you're wanting to buy. What can we get long? We've already taken a brand new trade in the options trading group, and it's working out nicely. FCX still not cooperating yet, still struggling down here, but it should give us a pretty big bid here, FCX. We should see a decent bid here. So everything is pretty much catching a really nice bid today off of the lows. Most things, I should say. SPY taking a little bit of a breather. Nvidia is still a monster, ripping to the upside. Huge volume coming in on FCX now. Look at Hertz. Holy moly. What is going on with Hertz? Hertz ain't hurting today. Hertz ain't hurting today, guys. No, sir. That's crazy. Freeport trying to make a little bit of a move here. Dixie's still strong, guys. IWM is short to 235. Maybe. I don't hold any IWM put options anymore. But it could come down and resweep these lows. There is a chance. But I don't know if they're gonna just keep markets elevated today and then maybe sell us off tomorrow on more data. We're quite extended and oversold considering where we've sold off in just the recent sessions. So it's tough for me to chased puts when I just closed my IWM put options for 150%. I want to just be patient, let the market settle out. You still have the backdrop of strong yields and strong Dixie, so it does favor continuation downside on the market, especially in small cap land. But I'm personally just going to let the dust settle because we're still in a raging bull market. You have so much liquidity that just likes to buy this market long, which makes me a little bit nervous. Like they almost want to take the market back to gap and then down. So, but if you're wanting to short it, I mean, just give yourself a little bit of time on the clock because yeah, we could still go lower for sure. We could easily. And then this candle's now closing, this hourly candle. So typically after a reversal candle like this, you get a nice 50% retrace. So if we were to get a 50% retrace of this hourly candle, and you could actually short it with a stop loss at the high of the day, a 50% retrace would take us back down to 238 on the Russell today. A little bit more. So typically after the hourly candle forms, a bullish reversal, you could easily get a retrace. So we'll see if that wants to happen in the market, but I'm just being cautious here, patiently. I think patience will be rewarded. Uh, I was positioned ahead of this big decline in a lot of different puts and shorts. Still have some key longs on the table. Still waiting for other stocks to drop. You know, names like OKLO, IONQ, those should still absolutely crater. BlackBerry's still trying to make a move. I still think we can see quite a bit more downside in individual plays. But I don't want to ruin my gains just for the sake of jumping into something with hasty decisions. If we were to push up to sweep this high, I would short the IWM with a push through this high. That's what I would do. I'm just looking for new quality positions on this dip. Still quite a bit of green on the screen. Still quite a bit. Yeah, it's easy to FOMO, right? You know, the money was made on the dip buy here on SPY. Our 658 call is printed. We made money on the downside closing puts, which I telegraphed it before the open. Made money on the calls, and now we're just in a midday chop, right? This is where traders can get eaten up, right? Because you FOMO and you want to get long, you want to get short, you want to make money if you haven't, and right now we're in 50-50 no man's land, right? You could easily push the gap, but you could easily come down to the low. So risk to reward is about a 50-50 right now, in my opinion. It's tough to know which direction they want to take it. The trend is still down intraday, so you would favor, but just with the strength in this market, it's crazy. Thank you, Ram. So you always have to think about a risk to reward, right? If you sold off, 50%, you're reducing the risk by 50%. If you really retested the lows, you got a double bottom, but tough to know which way they want to push it. I would short this 10-minute candle pop on SPY. You're coming into prior day. IWM is a little bit weaker, so that one looks a little bit more enticing. So I would maybe take a little bit more. I would take a short trade on the IWM if we swept this high and just keep your stops tight. So that will be my call out. I'm going to look for 239 puts on the Russell. 0 DTEs if we sweep this high. But only until we sweep that high. Okay? As for now, I'm just seeing if there's any other stocks I want to buy. I've bought one name already and I've trimmed a few different short positions. Still waiting on Freeport. Duolingo, that's still doing well. Interesting. I don't know if I want to oh shit, yeah, I think I still have more coffee. I gotta get more coffee, guys. Hold up. Oracle still under pressure. I'm getting ready for an IWM put play, guys. 0 DTE put. Sweep of that 10-minute high. BlackBerry still trying to push here, guys. BB still trying to push. Freeport Mac brand trying. Dixie still strong. Adobe trying to firm up. ASTS still down. How's ticker SATS doing? Interesting. Carvana, Affirm. Affirm's hitting 50-day moving average. Wow. That's crazy, eh? UPST. Come on, give me a little bit of a look at UPST. They're knifing that name. That's nasty. Nasty. Look at BlackBerry, guys. Strong play. I want to see that one push for a new high of day. Come on. JP Morgan's still trying to catch that bid. Pushing right back up. SoFi's turned green. Interesting. Interesting. BE still trying to make a move here. ALAB. Let's look at that name. Nvidia now seeing some selling, guys. So this is where we could see some rejection. RIG trying to make a bit of a bullish reversal. Let's look at Valero. Making a bullish reversal. XOM. MSTR. Tempted to take some MSTR calls. How's BTC doing? Dixie just ripping though. All right, we're still seeing the markets trying to chop a little bit here. Look at MicroStrategy. Nasty little breakdown today on the back of crypto. Almost like they're going to announce some sort of an offering. Interesting. JP Morgan and financials are still holding steady. IWM still trying to make a little bit of a move. S&P is still your most relatively strong stock. Yeah, they're buying the dip on these eVTOL stocks. That's crazy. That is crazy. They're buying the dip on Snapchat. Still seeing some weakness in IONQ, but they've bought that dip as well. All right, guys, we're getting close to an IWM put play. I'm going in with 0 DTE, 239 zeros. That's high risk. Very high risk, I repeat. Still under pressure. All right, what else is worth buying here? Baxter, let's look at that. Come on, IWM, don't sell off. Dixie's still at the highs of the session, ladies and gents. Still seeing quite a bit of strength in pockets of this market. BlackBerry's still trying to push. IBM is still trying to push. Interesting. S&P seeing a little bit more selling. Natural gas. Oh, I didn't even look. Nat gas inventories are out, guys. Natural gas inventories are out. I am seeing Boyle catching a decent bid here. A little bit of wiki price action. Nat gas inventories come in at a little bit, basically in line, 1 billion less than expectations. So a slight drawdown in the inventories. Not bad, not bad. Slight drawdown in inventories for nat gas. We'll see if that comes in. All right, they are trying to push the S&P a little bit lower here. A little bit lower. Interesting. Rig is still down 12. Open is up 7.2. Intel still doing wonderfully well, up 5.17. Neo still doing well. Tesla's off the low. Snapchat turning green. Snap, snap. Snap your fingers. Do a step. Look at them buying up Snapchat here. They're trying to buy up Marvell as well. Trying. Still trying to punch BlackBerry higher. Come on, BB. Do it for us. Do it for us. Push a BlackBerry. Dixie is still ripping, guys, so that could be a small problem for this market. That could be a small problem. The dollar still ripping is technically still a major headwind for this tape. Still have unrelenting. I can't believe how strong this CoreWeave has been with the amount of insiders I've been seeing selling this stock in full force. It is remarkably just a beast. Let's look at Coinbase. Coinbase still trying. Dixie softening just a little bit here. IWM is still trying here. IWM is still trying to make a little bit of a move here. We're still seeing this market trying to push here. IWM's getting close to a potential put play. I'm still just patiently waiting. VST turning green. VST, BlackBerry's still trying to push here. Let's see, close, 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 close. IONQ guys still looking a little bit more fragile here, like it wants to go lower. Come on. IWM, sweep that high. Sweep that high, Russell. So big buy programs buying the dip back in this market. Members, I just closed my Bitcoin short, BITI. I sold my BITI, I repeat, sold my BITI for about 9.41% common shares, closed that trade. I'm still holding in my crypto portfolio a short on Ethereum. I'm going to look to keep that one on the table because I still think ETH can maybe have a little bit more of a capitulation. It's getting a little bit extended. We're up nicely on Ethereum, but I'm going to look to press that short a little bit lower here. But I did close my Bitcoin, just paring back a little bit of my crypto short positioning here, but still holding Ethereum short, okay? So I'm gonna put, I'm thinking about just moving my stop loss up to 4,200 or so. I'm thinking. I'll update you throughout the rest of the session. All right, IWM is going for that sweep high, guys. Let's do it. Let's get it. Let's go, Russell. Do it up. Do it up. There we go. Let's see if we can tap 240. Come on, get those 240 calls to roll in. Get those 240 calls. All right, members, I just entered that IWM sweep high short, 0DT 239 put. Waited patiently for it. Waited patiently for it. SPY's still trying to make a move here. Dixie coming in just a little bit. Nvidia ripping up 0.66%. Dip buyers coming in full force for big bad Nvidia. They're still trying to make a little bit of a push here. Getting a little bit more of a bid here in the equity markets. Here we go. Dixie now trying to make a little bit of a move. This is what we were waiting for, ladies and gents. Come on, here we go. Nice rejection. Let's go. Come on, take us back down to 239. Come on. Here we go. Beautiful little decline in the tape. Come on down, IWM. Come on down. Look at that little rejection. Come on. Keep going. IONQ softening. Freeport McMoran trying to catch a little bit of that bid. SPY could retest this lower boundary channel here. Kind of retest that head and shoulders zone. IWM still seeing a little bit of rejection. Come on. Chop it down, Russell. Chop it down. Do it for us. I don't know why that's not populating here. Let's just see. Oh, there we go. Nice rejection still being observed here. Come on. Come on, Russell. Sell it a little bit more. Sell it. Dixie, new high of day. Dollar index pushing for a new high, ladies and gents. IWM still seeing some strength. Wow, can you believe that uranium turned green on the session? That is filthy. Crazy, crazy, crazy move. Duolingo still up. Dragonfly ripping. Open door still ripping. Google bouncing nicely. PayPal still down. GDX still slightly green. NASDAQ still holding steady. Marvell still down a couple. Ethereum still down. Chipotle down a little bit. SCCO still struggling a little bit. Wow, Russell right back up. Russell 2000 right back up. Is that going to be a 5-minute hanging man candle? SPY still seeing some relentless buying. Come on. Your dollar index, guys, is still trying to rip here. That should be a problem for the markets, guys. Look at it. The Dixie barely dipped. It is just absolutely a machine right now. A machine and a half. I still think we could see some more distribution in this tape. Nat gas still pushing. 2 and 10-year yields still ripping. VIX has been faded. Crazy session, guys. Crazy session. Come on, Russell. Pay us. Pay us, Russell. Come on down, Russell. SPY's still looking a little bit heavier here. Come on down. Take us downtown. They're still trying to keep this market fairly buoyant. Fairly buoyant. They're still trying to pin this Russell a little higher here. Dixie's still screaming. Meta's still weak. Nvidia trying to take a bit of a breather. Interesting. They're still trying to pin this Russell a little bit. Micron's still seeing a little bit of selling here. Down a couple percent. Nvidia seeing a little bit of selling. They're trying to push this market back higher. IONQ still softening up just a touch. ARM still down 3. Okta's green. Skyworks down. Actually, that might be a little bit of a long play, Skyworks. Let's look at Skyworks here. Nice gap down. This one was on watch for a bit of a breakout. Yeah, Skyworks is interesting. That I think is a bit of a long opportunity on SWKS being defended. That's not a bad chart, guys. Skyworks. Backtesting a previous little high pivot breakout zone. It's a chart that's had a nice 3-day pullback. Backtesting that 7-day. That could be a long entry, guys. Keep that one on watch. IONQ curling down, Western Digital softening. Yeah, keep Skyworks on watch, guys. That's not a bad chart. If we get sort of a dip in this market today, a little bit more of a dip, a retrace down, that should be a long area. Ram saying, I forgot to tell you, a year back I made 25K overnight from JP Morgan calls. That was one of my biggest winnings overnight. Nice. Nice. That's beautiful. My biggest win is about 73,000. Either 73 or 76. I'm pretty sure it was 73,000 in one day. And it was on natural gas. KOLD. I'll admit I was way too heavily positioned. Didn't use proper portfolio management, but nevertheless, it worked out. When we had that mania in 2021, I believe. All right, we're seeing a little bit of sell side pressure hitting certain semis. Micron coming in. Western Digital starting to curl slightly lower. Let's look at AMD. AMD, that's still acting well. It's like a Baba coming in now. JD, that's still strong. TME, that's still holding steady. Look at the bounce in IREN right back to the highs after we took profits on that trade. IONQ still curling slightly down. Broadcom still a little bit weak here. Coming in. S&P 500 seeing a little bit of distribution but trying to hold steady. Russell still trying to hold steady. Micron still curling in. Dollar still at the highs. Intel still full bullish. LAC still up nicely. Plug Power down another 3. BBAI down 3.3. Snapchat's green. Tesla down 3.1. QBTS down 3.17. BTF. Come on. Come on down, Russell. You see how they're just pinning this market here? That's kind of telling me that I think we should go a little lower, but at least a retrace. Here we go. Come on, Russell, sell it. We had that nice initial dip, ripped our puts up, but the market's just so strong. Trying to buy up all the little bit of a dip here. What else we got going on right now? Uranium's still acting well. Huge candle back up on URA. Crazy. MSTR is tempting down here. Tempting. Super duper tempting. OKLO, big buy on OKLO. That name is still trying to push. Look at that candle back up on URA. Red to green reversal. Insane. Oh, how are HIMS doing today? Let's see HIMS. Yeah, HIMS is also still negative, but bouncing quite nicely. What about Oscar? You've kind of been seeing those names fade out of the limelight recently. Interesting. UNH. Still want UNH lower. VRTX. VRTX right back down. What about Vegas stocks? Las Vegas. CZR. DPZ. Domino's. Wow, DPZ under a lot of pressure. People not eating pizza anymore? Come on, IWM, pay us. Pay us. DPZ almost to an area of interest. VKTX down a little bit today. Look at this fucking PEP-G. That's crazy. PEP-G. Insane. SPRC. Still a beast today. BCDA taking a little bit of a breather. These drone stocks are just relentless. I mean, looking at DPRO, right back to the highs, quite crazy. ONDS, red to green reversal, quite crazy. Wow. All right, you're seeing some heavy distribution in your semis, guys. QQQ is probably coming down a little bit here. Yeah, Qs are softening up a touch here. Your semiconductors are starting to come in. Domino's Pizza sucks. Speaking of pizza, I mean, I'm hungry. Not for pizza, but I am freaking hungry, guys. It's been a crazy trading session here for me. My money has been made, and I'm looking to press more of these shorts. Again, we're in IWM 239 puts. We've been patient. We've telegraphed that one. We've already taken puts once, then we flipped to calls, and now we're back into puts. So let's see if we can get paid yet again. Pay us. Pay us. We're seeing some heavy sell side in certain semiconductors. WDC looking like it's going right back down to the lows. I wouldn't mind that. Micron could be going right back down to the lows. Interesting. Open door. So extended up here. Intel. Potential a little bit of a lower high there. We'll see. Tesla. They're still beating Tesla with a stick today. Come on. We're up nicely on our puts here. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Take us down. Take us down. Pay us on our puts. Pay us on our puts. Pay us. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. SPY breaking down. TP1 is incoming. TP1 is incoming on the Russell. We're up 50%. Come on. I want more. I want more. Look at the Russell declining, backtesting OR high. Let's let it pierce it. Come on, pierce that. Pierce it. Pushing 50% on these puts, guys. Everyone had plenty of opportunity to enter with us. If you're short, just protect the trade. I'm looking at first trim coming up here. Come on. Keep going. A little bit lower, Russell. A little bit lower. A little bit lower. Come on. Give us more. Give us more. SPY and the Russell are piercing or testing their OR highs. So there is a little bit of support, but we are looking heavy Look what is pressing this market lower, guys. That Dixie is just a one-way freight train to the upside. Probably the most bullish chart in the stock market right now is this Dixie intraday chart. Breaking out on the daily. Hourly chart is filthy. 4-hour chart is filthy. I mean, that is just nasty. All I'm going to recommend is don't let this IWM put play go against you if you are short with us, as we are getting a little bit of a bounce here, but I still think we could sell off a little bit more. You're just getting that opening range high retest. So they are trying to bounce it quite sharply on the Russell. All right, what else we got going on in the tape? Are there any other opportunities for us? What else we got going on? Tesla's still struggling. Carvana down 1.5, but made a move off the lows. Let's see. I'm still looking for an entry in that ticker. Hasn't given me one just yet. Look at the rejection. Slap that Russell right back down. Still up 50%. Come on, baby. Knife us. Knife us down, Russell. S&P looking heavy. Semiconductors are seeing some distribution. Nvidia is still holding steady as Eddie. Marijuana saw AMD down 1.5. AI, let's look at ticker AI today. That is still holding quite steady. How's AMAT doing? AMAT. Let's look at that name. Freeport still struggling. Wow, AMAT is still a beast. Look at that reversal up on AMAT. Crazy. Let's look at DuPont, DD, coming in hot and heavy. Nasty little declines, guys. Nasty. Oracle still getting slaughtered, down 4.21%. We are crushing it today, guys. Everything we're pretty much entering is paying on the day trade side. Come on. IWM, knife it. Come on. We are seeing semiconductors taking that breather yet again. SOX is coming in just a little bit. Your QQQ coming in a little bit. Qs are still looking for that OR high. All right, guys, there's TP1 right there. Come on, give me 50 cents. Almost there. Come on, a little bit lower, Russell. A little bit lower. A little bit lower. All right, there it is. It just hit TP1, guys, and I trimmed half of my puts there at 50 cents. Great job if you caught that. Move stop loss to break even. TP2 is in the money. We should head down there as well. So great job, guys. Great job. Beautiful little job there. 71% gain on IWM. That was an easy gimme trade for all of you here on the live stream. Beautiful little job, guys. Holy moly. Huge win. TP. Just still setting up everything here, getting the live stream situated again, having to re-pull up all my charts. I gotta load up like 20 different charts here, so I'm just getting situated. But I'll be back on the mic shortly here. Just getting things going. And then we'll look at Mongo here. Mongo's still a beast, still strong. I'll give you a heads up. Um, I did just take a long position in DocuSign. Chart pattern's not actually bad. I'm expecting this cloud name to have a little bit of a run into the end of the year. So I actually have been watching it and been wanting to enter a position, waited for a nice little pullback, but I did take a little bit of a stab in an option play. I did send out the alert, but that is my free little pick of the session. I'm glad you said short because I actually like the chart, but looks good. We'll see if it wants to firm up here off of these lows. It's a little bit of an inverse there, Anonymous, but I've been watching DocuSign now for a couple weeks, and I think you're going to see a big capital rotation trade in cloud stocks. There's going to be a lot of rotation. You're already starting to see glimpses of it, but I just wanted to take your opinion, and I mean, you just picked the right way, so I've been looking to go long it. I like the fundamentals. Earnings over the next year looks pretty good. Caleb asking, what does it mean when a trade is a cross trade? I'm not too sure. Maybe a pairs trade? Is that what they mean? Maybe a pairs trade? So a pairs trade is, how can I explain this? Let me take an example. Okay, we'll just go to the energy space. So let's do these two tickers. So Chevron and XOM. So a pairs trade, which might be a cross trade, I'm not sure. But a pairs trade is when you go within the same sector. So say two energy stocks, you long one and short the other. It's kind of doing a little bit of a hedging strategy. On options, not sure. I'm not too sure. Investopedia says cross trades occur when buy and sell orders for the same asset are offset without being recorded on an exchange, a practice not allowed on most major exchanges. However, when brokers match orders across different client accounts and report them, cross trades can be legitimate. While convenient for asset transfers and derivatives hedgings, cross trades can bypass public orders, leading to potential market trust issues. So we don't do it. Doesn't seem like we do it. Look at MP today. MP had a huge spike to the high side. Let's look at Planet Labs. PL, very strong move. Still seeing some crazy moves. Uranium still positive on the session. Marvell having a stellar day. No problem, Caleb. All right, you're getting a pretty big bid in the markets here. IWM starting to rip. Dixie softening just a touch here. Wow. Dixie's flying here to the upside. I'm still thinking SPY can come down a little bit. I want to see it tap this trend line. There's a long setup brewing. There is a long trade setup brewing. Ethereum now down 6%. Come on. So we're seeing the dollar actually skyrocket here because of escalations with Russia. Basically, that's adding some extra pressure to the market, downside pressure to the market, shooting down Russian planes. So So you're getting some escalation headlines. That's why the Dixie's popping. You've saw a spike in crude. You've seen natural gas continue to soften up off of its inventories. We took profits on our RRC guys, so we exited our Range Resources long trade. We accumulated common shares off of the 3290 area, basically back here in August. That's had a stellar run to the upside, but now taking profits and we'll reassess the trade at a later date. Energy stocks are still looking phenomenally decent. Crazy, that Dixie's still a beast. IWM curling down. Again, we've netted quite a few different winning trades today. We basically closed our swing puts on the Russell 150%. We caught this massive S&P bounce in the live trading chat with members for a nice 100% gain. Then we telegraphed the short level over here, which everyone should have been able to catch. It's been a stellar day, and now I'm looking to go long the market here again. I'm looking to catch another dead cap technical bounce. Does look like we can maybe sweep the lows, but there's a ton of support here. I'm tempted to take it here, but considering we bounced a little bit, I'm going to probably wait until we maybe hit this kind of double bottom OR low area. Still seeing weakness in IONQ, not catching much bid. OKLO is slowly trickling down, and that's even though uranium has been strong, OKLO is still trickling down here. You've got Micron has been continuously weak on the session, selling off, making new lows. Love it. We're short off the 163.11 area, common shares. Micron is now starting to pay us quite nicely. You have had JP Morgan turn red on the session, so still looking for much more downside in JPM. We'll see if that one wants to firm up. Here comes our ALT guys. This is catching some volume, trying to break out on the daily chart yet again. Remember, we took some $4 call profits off of that initial spike. We're still riding next month's $4 calls. So we're still seeing some pretty decent price action. Baba down. Lululemon getting slapped today, guys. So Lululemon down sharply today, 3.31%. I still like it. Nothing's really changed there for Lulu. Still a really good level, I think. Marvell getting faded here with the market, so they are starting to see a little bit more of a broad-based decline hitting a lot of other individual names. Interesting. Very interesting. PayPal under pressure, SC under pressure. Nvidia is still green, but softening up here on Nvidia. That's an algo sell. Starting to hit Nvidia's price action. Taiwan Semi, that's still holding up okay. Surprisingly, the SOX ETF is holding up pretty decent here. SOX negated that head and shoulders initially. We'll see if it wants to firm up here. Watching that Dixie though. Watching that Dixie. Bitcoin getting slaughtered, now down 3.27%, guys. Look at crypto just dumping. This was a big winner for us, guys. Our Ethereum short is still printing. We have a little bit of runners left on the trade. Looking at MSTR, that is just knifing here. Crazy. Full force liquidation. Full force liquidation here. IWM trickling lower here. Holy, Bitcoin still knifing here to the downside. Google's down 1%. Apple, Nvidia still green. Tesla ripping to the downside. So, Anonymous, what I would suggest is don't take any trades. Just reset your psyche. That's up to you, open positions. I don't know what you're in other than your GIS. You know, the market has sold, you know. I still think GIS is a quality buy down here. I know it's gone through a lot of liquidation today, but you're into a long-term area that makes still a lot of sense down here. I personally would still hold on to this name. It's very oversold. You're hitting massive, massive longer term levels here. We're talking about monthly chart levels, so it takes a little bit to play out. I mean, if you're in common shares, I think you're fine. You're still retesting that massive volume shelf on the monthly chart. You had a multi-month decline. I personally wouldn't sell it here, but that's up to you. I don't know how levered you are, if you need the money, if you're completely saturated, but just don't take any trades. That's all I would say. Yeah, it's supposed to be a protected play. The problem is you have the whole market, right? Dumping. And, you know, I cover the sectors in my weekly analysis every week. I do sector reviews. And I've been bearish on staples for quite a number of weeks here. Basically, staples I've suggested on my last few weeks when we're trading up here, I said staples are going to come into this zone here. And we should find some support here. Staples should find a little bit of support. So I would hold on to it a little bit. You can see what staples are doing is a nice little liquidity sweep. Staples is doing a nice little liquidity sweep here, so I think you're okay. I think it will catch a bit of a bid. You're just seeing a little bit of a shakeout here. The market's exceptionally weak. Where am I looking to long off SPY? Well, originally it was this upsloping trend line that I have here. Going back to this pivot, to your recent pivot you made today. And I'm still tempted there, but we haven't officially hit it. We're just holding on. But now I'm thinking a double bottom here. Thinking we're going to sweep this zone and hitting this kind of double bottom opening range low. Now, if you break this opening range low, then we're heading to this green box down here. So 654 to 653. But I'm thinking a double bottom here on SPY. Makes sense. I think you're fine on the commons. I think you're okay on the commons. To be honest, I'm also holding some call options in GIS for the end of the year. End of the year. So I got a lot of time, but this one eventually will have a move. It's just shaking out. You're starting to you got rejected off the 20-week moving average, but you're starting to flatten out that 7. So it's trying to carve a base here. General Mills, it's just been weak. But if you have common shares, I mean, the options might be a little bit trickier depending on what date you have, but commons are fine. It's all play money. Yeah, your common shares are fine on that. Just give it some time. It's not going to be a big mover. It'll have to take some news, maybe a guidance revision, but eventually, once it breaks out of that basing formation, it'll start to really firm up. But I don't mind GIS. I've been actually looking at accumulating some commons on it because it's still a household name. It will perform in times of distress, especially. But today we're just seeing net liquidation across all indices. Cabin saying we're going down to 650. Cabin is flipping bearish. Oh God, guys. That's it. We have a Black Swan event. Black Swan incoming. Cabin's bearish. Oh snap. Bitcoin's still getting absolutely knifed on. Let's look at this Russell 2000. Still coming in pretty sharply on the Russell. No, we could easily go lower. We could easily go lower for sure. You've had some frothy stocks. I still have quite a bit of short exposure, although I've accumulated some recent longs. I still have a lot of individual short names. A lot. You know, names like OKLO should come down. Names like IONQ still should come down. I think what you'll start to see, and this kind of goes with Anonymous, your GIS play, I think you're going to start to see those companies that make absolutely minimal revenue, no profit, you're going to start to see those get liquidated and they're going to flow into the names like Staples. Look at the full-fledged liquidation in crypto right now, ladies and gents. Holy moly. Bang, bang, print, print, print. What a trade on crypto land, guys. I'm tempted to exit my whole entire ETH position here, but I'm going to wait. Look at that. We are just printing here. Bitcoin getting absolutely liquidated. That is filthy. Let's remove these TP zones. Let's look at MSTR again. Yep, 296 and drilling. That's crazy. Wow, look at DocuSign, guys. During the market weakness, DocuSign trying to find a low. You know what they say when the bears capitulate, that's when it's time to go short. But how do you measure that? Fin to its sentiment? You can measure fin to its sentiment. You can look to the put to call ratio. That's a good one. That's probably a pretty accurate one. You can look at the fear and greed index. But basically, I mean, I just look at charts. You know, I've been doing this for a long time now, coming up on what, 15 years, I would say. 13 years of my own money, a couple years of just messing around with some fun money. Yep, the skew. Tuition? Yeah, of course. Of course. There's a lot. You know, trading is and technical analysis, it's not a perfect science, right? It's a little bit of an art, it's a little bit of a science. So it's a good mix and you have to use intuition, but intuition can often lead you wrong, but the best thing I can say is technical analysis, following price action, understanding some fundamentals is key. Obviously, we've kind of been steered away over the last 5 years from fundamentals in the market, but understanding the big macro picture regarding QE, QT, that's always important. Understanding companies' balance sheets, that's always a thematic trades, that's very important. But we've been in a momentum-based market, a FOMO market where fundamentals haven't really mattered. But regarding intuition, there's a little bit of that, but what it comes down to is technicals, I think, still supersede everything. Um, Mean reversions, standard deviations, and then position management. That's your key, right? That's your key. Like I take a lot of trades, but I used to do more concentrated positions, and then I got a consulting team to review my portfolio back when it was 2023, my whole like trading history, and basically they said, listen, you're doing a lot of concentrated trades and you're making money, but if you do a little bit more dabbling and speculating in individual names and spread your capital over, yes, you're going to have more losers, but you're going to have a lot more winners, and you're going to catch those trades that go, 100, 2, 4, 5x, so on and so forth. So I basically take small amounts of capital and spread it all throughout the market, just so I have exposure to a wide variety. It's tough to manage on days when you're getting everything moving and you can miss things, but I hold quite a lot of different positions and I speculate everywhere. Yeah, they were just back testing some strategies that I was using, and then they reviewed every single trade I had, and I had, oh my goodness, I had a lot of trades. I think it was like 760 something trades they went over. Yeah, third party review. Third party review. Right, so IWM is melting lower here. We're seeing SPY still heavy. SPY sitting on its 10-minute little opening range here, but still looking to retest that low. Still have crypto getting absolutely annihilated. Have you ever made big losses? Of course, I've made big losses, and I'm going to have more losses. I've lost a shit ton shorting gold and GDX recently. I've lost a ton of money shorting GDX. That trade is absolutely blowing up my, not blowing up my portfolio, but lost a shit ton. I started shorting GDX down here at 64, 64.80. Look where it went. Lost money. Losing money on some options plays right now as we speak. Yeah, GDX screwed me. You know, you guys all saw me on OKLO. I'm still slightly underwater on OKLO. Although it's nicely down today, and I still am a firm believer it's going to mean revert to this channel and likely go to 80 bucks, if not lower. Um, you know, I've lost money on that. So this business is all about losing as well. I mean, you have to have, in order to win, you have to lose. Oh my goodness. Look at Bitcoin, just ridiculously falling off of a cliff. You know, and I'm going to have a lot more losers. I'm far from perfect. This market is tough. This market's very tough. All right, SPY's coming into an aggressive long level. I am still considering 657 0DT calls. You know, right now I'm still got a losing position in this ONDS, this drone stock. I've lost on Open, even though Open is basically a company that is far from profitable. I'm losing on Open. I got a lot of losers. Trust me, I got a lot of losers. I am not perfect. But the key is, are you going to start to make money on the ones like Micron? We're up nicely on MU. That's performing quite well. We're making money now on IONQ. You know, we've made money on SoFi today. We made money on IREN today. You know, we've made money recently on Altimmune. You know, we're up nicely on JP Morgan, and that still has quite a bit to go. You know, we crushed our Snapchat call options, basically riding that one. So we've made quite a bit, but this market's challenging for sure. One that I paper handed was Marvell, you know, so I'm far from perfect. All right, SPY coming into that initial little trend line. You still have weakness in the US, or sorry, in IWM. Bitcoin's still exceptionally heavy here. I'm tempted to take a stab at MicroStrategy. Below 300, 295 is pretty interesting to me. Very interesting to me. Pretty cool. But lots of things are just getting absolutely liquidated here, guys. OKLO is still falling. Micron, SMR, that's down. China stocks are now giving up the goods, so we could go lower. China's been a bright spot. We could go lower. All right, guys, let's see if we can get this long scalp. It looks like they're going to take that S&P 500 a little bit lower. I want to put more capital to work. No problem. MSCR down 8.5%. You know, I'm honestly thinking about I still love this dollar trade, but I'm honestly thinking about selling all my cash in the UUP to buy a couple other things. But anyone else have anything that they're looking at for longs? What else? I'm curious. Where's the sentiment at? What are you guys looking to buy on this dip? I hope that this whole week they actually just keep the markets fairly down. I wouldn't mind that if they just keep selling it throughout the whole week. Give us a full solid week of sell side pressure. I mean, you look at the semiconductors and they barely are down compared to the market, so you have your SOXX, like, come on, fill the gap at least. Like, look at that bounce in socks, barely down, barely. So I would love to still see more distribution in these semis. They're kind of insulating the selling from Nvidia here, AMD, and Intel. Those three big boys are keeping the market from really, really, truly selling. So, final 2 hours here in trading, if they start to really knife this market, we could see a pretty decent decline still to come in this market. It'll be really interesting to see. Caleb's looking at Palantir, long I got into. Let's look at PLTR because that will bounce if the market bounce. Yeah, I mean, tough one here. It is still holding technical structure, still trading above the 7-day. You're holding that channel. Yeah, I mean, Palantir's actually holding up quite well. Yeah, it does look like PLTR wants to go a little bit more, but tough name. The valuation, that's the problem when you a quick scalp, Caleb. Okay, good to know. That's the problem with this market when you have a grasp on fundamentals too. Like knowing the valuation that Palantir is trading at fundamentally is just ludicrous to me. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. That's why I find it hard to get behind. I mean, I traded it off of this dip just based off of pure momentum, but unless it makes big moves, I can't really get behind it because it's such an expensive stock. So expensive. Wow, they're really liquidating. They're liquidating Lulu. I really like this company, Cadence. We've traded it quite successfully. CDNS, it is the most profitable in its sector. So I've been looking at trying to get in a position again. We obviously took some profits on our 380 calls and right before that dip, but I am looking at accumulating a position. YS is saying Tesla long. Yeah, Tesla's a tricky one. Just be careful with Tesla. You got Trump talking about green scams, green scams, green scams. I mean, I don't know. Even though you have Tesla or Elon Musk and Trump kind of, I guess, mending their relationship at Charlie Kirk's memorial there, Tesla's looking like it's probably coming at least back down to sub 400, if not lower. It's going to trade with the markets. I'd be careful with Tesla. Palantir insiders are selling relentlessly. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a government-backed company. That's why people have a lot of confidence in it, right? Peter threw out a few tickers here. Thank you, Peter. Let's look at these. So Peter's looking at Target, TGT. Yeah, Target also looks like it wants to maybe do one final sweep, but getting there. I mean, long-term buy down here for Target. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7 weeks down in a row. Starting to make a little bit of sense. I've been watching this one as well. I'm hoping for one more sweep of this low. And I do like Target. Absolutely. I agree with you there. It's not really a fun company, not one that you're going to find a ton of momentum in. UPS, yep, UPS I do like as well. You see, you're going to these companies that have been absolutely bludgeoned and beaten down. UPS still into a ton of long-term monthly chart support. So, all right, SPY is hitting that area here, guys. Whoa, what the hell? Of course, I changed my contracts. All right, guys, I'm looking at SPY calls. Come on, we're getting close. We're getting close. Bring up my chain. There is some support right here, but I want to let it sweep it. You could get a bounce here. Let's look at the IWM real quick. QQQ. Qs are important to watch as well. You are hitting some support here. Get ready. We'll discuss more. Yeah, I'm looking at UNH as well. I want to see it lower. Dump this market. They are selling it, liquidating it full force right now. It's hitting some technical support. I just went long 657 zeros, size down. It's a half position for me. Again, it's super risky. Size down. We could easily test double bottom. That's why I'm only taking a half position. They are liquidating this market right now. You can see we're testing that parallel channel again that we've been chopping in. OKLO curling down, WDC trying to curl down. Lots of weakness still in the tape. IWM still looking pretty heavy here. SPY still looking heavy, trying to bounce just a little bit. I will add to the position at a double bottom sweep here. This is aggressive. I'm just playing with profits. Keep the size down, guys. Just to let you know. I only have 5 contracts, just to let you know. It's very small size. I'm only in 5 cons. It's tiny. I'll double the position at double bottom here. So keep it small. I'm not looking for anything crazy to blow me out of my gains. I'm just trading with a little bit of profits here. Again, double bottom is an area here. We are hitting a trend line. My contracts are very small. I'm looking to add around 25 cents. So I'll add another 5 contracts if we truly hit this double bottom. Should get the call contracts at around 25 cents. So I'm not looking for anything crazy. It's not a lot of time left in the trade to do anything worth real size. Very close to adding here. We're coming up into a trend line of support. You can see the Qs have absolutely knifed through critical support levels. SPY still trying here, but weak. Very weak on the tape. JP Morgan selling off. All right, guys, that is my ad there. That is my ad. Now I have 10 contracts. That's it. I won't add anymore. Again, we could easily knife into this green zone down here. Just understand that this market is looking heavy. The only thing that I'm seeing positive is the Dixie's taking a breather. So just understand this is a very aggressive and risky trade. We're counter trend trading here. We could easily go down to this zone down here. They could be going for a liquidity sweep. We've made yet again another lower low on the session. And the market's looking heavy. Qs are still looking to go a little lower. IWM is still off of the lows. By sweeping the lows of the tape. Nice, one con at 18 cents. That's good. You'll probably hit that. I'm trading very aggressively here. It's probably going to be going lower. You're not really getting a bid here. But QQQ coming into a little bit of 15-minute chart support. You bounced sharply this once here. So we'll see. We will see what happens. JP Morgan, Micron just made new lows, ladies and gents. Micron selling off pretty sharply. QQQ, SPY melting here. Absolutely getting liquidated. We've done a nice positive divergence liquidity sweep. You can see we're coming up into this liquidity, massive pivot liquidity sweep here. Two high volume zones. Look at them just knifing this market down. S&P 500, huge liquidating event. QQQ, is the Q's going to make a new low here? Maybe. WDC selling hard. OKLO selling hard. IONQ selling hard. Everything is selling hard. IONQ now down 8.92%. A-Lab selling off. OKLO down 12.8. WDC down 3% now on the session. Craziness. New lows on the tape. IWM still has not taken out its low just yet. Dixie still strong. VIX is now up 4.3 something percent. Can't even look at it right now. Micron's still selling. A little bit of a bounce coming back into the S&P. Come on. Give us something. Give us something. Look at that nice sell on the market. Craziness, eh? Absolutely a filthy, filthy sell. Contracts are trying to move up a little bit here. Big bounce occurring. Big bounce occurring. Go, go, go. Push, push, push. Basically back to flatline. They give us an end of day bounce here. The market has sold off with extreme vigor and force today. Semiconductors are still holding steady. Let's look at some of these other high flyers. IONQ still weak on the tape. OKLO still weak. How's Rigetti doing? Rigetti under pressure. Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs getting done and dusted today. How's Tempest AI doing? Still showing okay. This is one that I've been looking at as well, guys, on the long side. Let's look at DocuSign again. Still trying to hold. But TEM, interesting. Let's start fresh on TEM. Weekly chart, are we hitting any sort of weekly levels? Not really, eh? Not really. Mainly hitting 4-hour chart support there. We'll be patient with that one. Again, JP Morgan has gone negative, selling off here. This market could still go lower if financials want to give us some more downside. That's the problem, is financials are still also extended. Apple's still holding steady. Imagine they try to take Apple green, but Apple's holding Amazon, new lows of the session. Amazon's looking ripe down here for a long. I'm looking at Amazon. I want Amazon to come into that daily 200 moving average. Looking pretty good, I think. Look at the full-on reversal back down on IREN. Huge bounce back up. They bought the dip and now they're selling the rip. It's crazy. Absolutely insane price action in these equity markets, guys. Full-on reversals. Open door, remarkable. Still holding quite steady. Insane. SOXS, still coming in a little bit. This Ultimmune still showing a little bit of liquidity and buy pressure. SMR down 7, Micron still weak. Come on, WDC. I want WDC to just knife it. Knife it, WDC. Western Digital. How's Seagate doing today? Yeah, Seagate and WDC are pretty much the same chart. All right, SPY, come on. Let's get going. Let's give us a little bit of a pop. Let's see where we could pop to on SPY. We're trying to recapture these key areas. If we do a little bit of a retrace of this down move, maybe. Just give me a second. Yeah, it's also weak. Let's look at that IWM. We're getting a nice push. Push it. Push it. Push it. Push it, push it, push it. Come on, SPY. Dollar new high of day. Wow, that Dixie's still trying to rip. Can you believe it? That dollar is still trying to rip here, ladies and gents. But we are long and strong. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Can we get our 657s green and in the money? We are positive on the trade. We're getting a nice fat bounce here. Rip us, ripper. End of day ripper. Squeeze us, squeeze us. Let's go. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Come on, you got more. You got more. They're trying to pump up this market just a little bit. Nice liquidity sweep in the trade here. Come on. Keep going. Dixie's still ripping though. Wow. That dollar is just filthy. JP Morgan trying to bounce a little bit. Come on, SPY. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Take us back to this 650 zone. You got it. Go for it, SPY. Beautiful ripper. Beautiful. Look at that move, guys. Come on, you got more, SPY. A little bit more left in the juice. We're up on the trade. Contracts are starting to rip. As soon as we hit 656, these cons will explode. Come on. You got a little bit more left in you, S&P. Go, go, go. You haven't even retested your 10-minute resistance yet. Come on, SPX. Get your big fat ass up there. JP Morgan trying to rip. Ah, a little bit of resistance there. There's a tool on TradingView, Cabin. If you use TradingView, there's a tool that can tell you point of control levels. But it's not a perfect tool. It's a little bit of an art science. Depending on what time frame of a trader you are, you can use it accordingly. You can use it for long term. So if you're looking at my screen here, you go to the forecasting measurement tools. You can see this anchored volume profile. You click that from, say, the point you want to measure, and it'll automatically calculate the volume shelf here. Your point of control is your big volume. Your value area low is your little bit of your volume zone down here, and then a value area high. So play around with the settings, but it's a tool on TradingView. It's very actually useful. It's not perfect, but it's useful. And there's two different styles. There's a anchored and there's a fixed. I like the anchored, to be honest, but again, it's all a matter of time frame. So it has a little bit of a learning curve to it, and you can play around with the settings, but it just shows you where the most amount of volume is sitting. So for instance, if we go back to this 10-minute chart on SPY, we'll actually do it on SPX 10-minute here. We'll keep it there. We'll keep the 1-minute view on SPY. SPY is starting to print. You can see from a trading perspective, if you were to look from this gap down from yesterday's high, let it calculate its thing. You can see the most amount of volume since yesterday is sitting all the way up here. Look at our contracts rip, guys. Boom, boom, boom. All right, guys, TP1 was just hit on SPY. TP1 was just hit. I trimmed half of my cons, leaving runners on the table. Break-even stop loss in place. Beautiful. 0.39 trim. Let's get these 657s in the money. Amazing little scalp. Boom. Again, please hit that like button. Look at them print. 657s. Could go in the money here. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. That's what I'm talking about. That trade was telegraphed for yet again everyone, and everyone could have probably got a better entry than me. But that was a nice little winning trade yet again. All here live, telegraphed. So I hope people made some money. Come on, SPY. You got more. You got more in you. You got more in you. Look at this. Beautiful. Contracts are absolutely flying here, guys. 657s are almost green are almost up 100%. Look at the squeeze coming into play. Keep pushing it. Keep pushing it. Everyone should have been able to make money on that trade, guys. And we still got 5 contracts running. Break even stop. Banger. Hopefully everyone was able to catch that. All right, guys, I am all out of my contracts there at 60 cents, all out. Huge gain. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Now that's what I'm talking about, guys. About 106% profit there. Beautiful job. And if you're still holding, you're in the driver's seat. I'm all out of my 657 0 DTEs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lovely little trade and scalp there, guys. Again, please hit that like button. We're here calling it out live on the stream. We've crushed it today. We have absolutely crushed it today. It has been a fantastic trading session here. Absolutely fantastic. All right, back to Peter. I want to look at some of those other names. You also mentioned Chipotle. Yep. You also mentioned Under Armour. Yippers. Under Armour's getting close to a potential little long. Whoops. Let's go back to SPY. We'll pull up. Look at that fat bounce in the markets, guys. That was a clinical scalp. Huge, huge push there. Liquidity sweep, parallel channel, upsloping trend lines, positive divergences. All the recipe of technical success there. Beautiful. Big bounce, big bounce. Hey, hey. And honestly, guys, let's just be clear. Even though we're getting a big candle here, the market is still in a technical downtrend. We're making lower lows and lower highs. So don't be surprised if we revisit the lows. Like that would not shock me at all. Am I looking to short it? No. Would I long the market again? Yeah, I would. I would long the market if we hit a technical level. The only area that I would be an aggressive short trader at is I would I would short it if SPY pushed all the way up into this OR high, kind of at the 658 zone, I would look to short. Ram saying Starbucks announces significant layoffs and store closures. That's actually bullish in the short term, especially the layoffs. Nope, that's likely priced in already. Starbucks is into a ton of technical support. I still like it. Maybe you go down to 77, but it's actually still positive news. You know, the reason it's positive is if the companies weren't profitable, those specific stores, that would help basically its valuation. So maybe they're trimming the fat because the companies aren't meeting their profit margins. So when you basically cut stores that aren't meeting the profit margins, those stores typically weigh down the average profit of the company. So therefore, it's going to maybe potentially increase the profits. And then layoffs are bullish stocks. So it's always kind of the counterintuitive of what you think. App 11 seems so controlled. Yeah, I hate App 11. That's another one I lost money on. Let's look at ACN for Peter here. ACN, yeah, look at ACN. Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize that was down. Liquidity sweep. That's interesting. Wow. Oh, that had earnings today? I didn't even realize that had earnings today. Ah, okay. What were the earnings? Okay. Let me just quickly peek at that because that's into a level. So annualized basis. Okay, so they start to grow a little bit. What's its PE trading at these days? 18, the median 16. When it bounced here, what was it at? It was at around a 21. Same thing here, was more expensive. Interesting. Okay. Getting very, very interested. Wow, yeah, look at that. 5 days left in the month. Look at that volume on ACN. That's insane. Interesting. Let's look at the other ticker that Peter just mentioned, IFF. Big bounce on SPY continuing. IFF, yeah, getting slaughtered down 3% today. Look at the big bounce in SPY. IFF could still come down to this zone here, sweep that low. Also another one that's just had this crazy fall from grace. Yeah, IFF's getting close, but maybe a little bit more downside. A little bit more. It's getting close though, I mean. 4 or 5 months of downside selling. It's getting close. I mean, maybe it hits double bottom and bounces, but it's really, really close. Really, really close. Annette is looking at Kava, CAVA. Yeah, Kava is kind of trading with Chipotle, right? I like Chipotle better, and I do have long exposure to Chipotle, but Kava is one that will obviously catch a bid. I was personally looking at Kava down around by this 2024 pivot low, so 58 bucks, but it's getting a little stretched to the downside, that's for sure. It is getting a little bit extended to the downside. So it's getting close for sure. Let's see what else. CRM. Yep, CRM is another one I've lost money on trading it. CRM I don't think is ready yet. I think CRM is going to go back down to 230. But I'm watching that one closely. Just seems every time it wants to get some momentum, it gets slapped right back down. And then ticker TEAIM, so Team Atlassian. I've seen a ton of insiders selling in this ticker. So another one I still think has more downside to about 151. So I would stay away from Team. I don't think that one's quite ready yet. You are starting to come into a monthly chart. This is forming its first time ever. Its monthly chart EMA 113. So that's a positive sign. You're going to have a little bit more technical data behind it, but Team I would stay away from. Should sweep this low at minimum. All right, what's the chat saying here? Maybe app is an SMCI situation. SMCI fell 75% after S&P 500 inclusion over the next 12 months. You know, it's a really good stat. When companies do typically get included into the S&P 500, they go through net distribution. So you can see XYZ, which I did a lot of work on before. When it got included off of this gap up, it's been choppy and getting sold into at every single turn. So yeah, App 11 maybe is one that's also going to go through, but geez, just a ridiculous stock right now. Trading into the stratosphere. Tough name to short. I'm hesitant going back into it because I know it's a fan favorite. It's a beloved darling right now on Wall Street, so it's tough to get behind on the short side. I guess the company's fundamentals aren't that bad, but tough one. It's a tough one. Look at your semiconductors, guys. They are just relentless, pushing right back up. So here's the thing, right? The S&P and Qs have sold off this much, and semiconductors are technically holding a little bit more bullish structure here. Quite impressed with your semiconductors. I am quite impressed. Passive funds are buying the bags? Yeah, probably. Probably looks like it, right? All right, just give me a sec, guys. Just need to see a couple things here, but what a bounce on that S&P 500. All of you had money to make there with us. Let's look at that Russell 2000. Russell also had a bounce. So notice there's a little bit more relative strength in your Russell. Your Russell didn't sweep the low. Still just choppy range. Market has been a short the pop day. Short the pop day. So the entire market there getting a pretty decent bid. A lot of individual names popped quite nicely. Strong move today on VST. Snapchat getting a nice bid. DocuSign. Boeing. DKNG. Tesla's been pretty weak. One of your weaker mega caps. Still looks like Tesla can go lower today even. No real bottoming tail on that hourly candle. You did close inside these previous wicks, but Tesla's still looking a little bit vulnerable here. Still getting a big push on the S&P 500. Duolingo still having a good day. Okta having a decent day. OKTA showing a little bit of relative strength today. So that's a positive sign for that ticker. Let's look at ASML. That's okay. LRCX, SMCI. Yeah, let's have it a day. ARMS. ARMS at an interesting level here, trying to bounce a little bit. PayPal struggling. Let's look at these. Nat Gas has made a nice push higher here. RRC still trying to make a move. Let's look at Bitcoin here. BTC still weak. Ethereum still pretty weak, trying to bounce a little bit. MicroStrategy trying to get back to 300 here. Crazy drop on MSTR. Coinbase. Let's look at Circle. Yeah, Circle's had a nice pullback. Let's look at CoreWeave again. NVIS. TEM. Oxy. RIG. You know, if it wasn't for the shelf offering, this would be a technical, really strong level for RIG. Look at the volume traded on rig today, 169 million shares. That is crazy volume. Average 30 days, 36 million. That is insane. More than 5 times the volume today on ticker RIG. And that comes as right as crude oil is trying to break out. Is Palantir short here? Are you thinking for a scalp short or a swing short, Caleb? It always helps me when I know what I'm looking at. I can jump to the stock faster if it's a swing or a scalp. Always try to differentiate. I'm happy to give my feedback, but it changes. Technical levels change when it's a swing or a short. Swing short, a scalp short. Yeah, you could scalp short here using this EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart as your stop loss. If you got to close back above that, you would stop out. So yeah, it's a scalp short here. It's still a tougher name because it's outperforming the indices, but if you're wanting to short it, use your 10-minute close as your stop loss. Any sort of a close above this 179.98 on a 10-minute chart, that would be kind of your stop loss. But it's a tough one to short. You're getting a little bit of the smaller time frames starting to push. You know, the S&P is still oversold. If the S&P pushes up, this name is going to outperform because it is showing relative strength. So it's a tougher one to short for sure. You know, one that looks easier of a short intraday today is, you know, WDC looks like an easier short intraday. That one's been making lower lows. You look at, it's a tough one. Not saying it can't work out, but it's a tough one. Meta's hanging in there. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon's just getting wrecked. OKLO's been a short the pop kind of day, but Palantir's a tougher one still to short. Even the larger time frame of Palantir looks good. SoFi's a short the pop kind of a day. Yeah, I agree with you, Ram. SPY might go lower. It could easily go lower. They might chop us in this range here, burn theta and premium, because a lot of zero DTE traders are trying to chase it for this big spectacular push. But that was the nice bounce there. That was the tradable bounce that we were looking for. And we caught that quite nicely. GDX still having a strong day. Marvell. Potentially Marvell's first little lower high intraday. Look at Snowflake. Snowflake still coming in. MongoDB. HOTH. Yeah, look at this Hoth. That's crazy. PL. MP. How are these energy stocks doing? XOM trying to break out to the high side. XLE trying to break out to the high side. Chevron trying to break out to the high side. OXC. Vale. OKE trying here. Interesting. I'm surprised this IREN is staying as elevated as it is, considering the weakness in the tape today. What's its market cap? Let me see. 12.40 billion. Crazy. That's why it's been running on hype, trying to turn its EPS positive. Trying to. We'll see. Let's look at the dollar. Dollar softening a little bit. The dollar has had a remarkable run here, guys. Coming into a little bit of resistance here, weekly chart resistance. So it's had a phenomenal run. It needs to do a little bit of backing and filling before it makes its push to 90 bucks or so. SPY is getting a really big push. And just understand the volume now is a little bit lighter, although we had a nice high volume trade there. Until you get to that 3:30 time frame, the volume is going to remain a little bit more thin. Look at this beautiful intraday chart pattern on VST. What does that look like? What does that look like on VST? Stunning, stunning, stunning. Absolutely powerful pattern forming on VST. Beautiful reversal. Look at that mover, high volume reversal, piercing the 50, piercing the 20. Your first VST makes a new 52-week high, sells off on market weakness. First time back testing your 50 and 20 moving average since you gapped up here on news, and it is getting gobbled up like a turkey. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Holy moly. VST pumping to the high side. That is a thing of beauty. Go VST go. No matter what time frame I look at, I just like it more and more and more. Craziness. Absolutely craziness. Oh, DocuSign making a move. Oh, the whole market is trying to make a move here. Look at Apple Dapple breaking out, triggering a bit of a bullish inverse head and shoulders, ripping. Markets could be in for a ripper. An absolute ripper into the end of the day. It's looking like that. Everything catching a bit of a bid. JP Morgan trying to move up. Nasty. All right, let's look at the daily chart of SPX just to see what type of damage is being dealt here. Let's remove that volume point of control. We don't need it there. Let's take away these. So what does everyone see when they look at this SPX daily chart? What does everybody see? And there's no wrong or right answers. I mean, I'm looking for an answer, but there's not really any wrong answers. It's all whatever someone sees. I'll tell you what I see. Double bottom. Yeah, there's a potential double bottom. Head and shoulders forming. Okay, interesting. Cabin sees a head and shoulders. YS sees a double bottom. Interesting. Two kind of different perspectives there. That's really cool. I appreciate it. Rising wedge begging to break down. Okay, interesting. Few different answers. That's the thing that makes us a market, right? A lot of different technical opinions. Let's throw that wedge pattern up there. I'm going to turn off all these moving averages so we can see. But there's the rising wedge. So we've had one double bottom, we've had a rising wedge, and we've had a potential head and shoulders in the making. Pretty cool. So all of you have called out basically patterns on the chart. And the most powerful pattern, oh, you're looking at the 1 hour? No, that's okay. I can see it. I can see it. I can see your head and shoulders on the daily even trying to form it. But yeah, I can see it on the 1 hour. But your daily chart of SPX, we're still in a strong uptrend. Daily chart, you're putting in higher lows, higher highs. The trend is still up. You didn't violate this low pivot. You didn't even pierce it today, let alone get a close below it. So the big area, if this market is to turn truly bearish, the bears want to sweep this low pivot. That is the bear pivot. And we didn't even test that yet. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So we have not gotten a lower low. Now the one thing I am watching is, do we get a close below this closing low here? Do the market makers hold us above this previous gap? I'm watching that very closely. Right now we're above it. There's an hour and 15 minutes left. So do we get a close above that? But technically speaking, we're still in a very strong uptrend in the overall equity market. And until that trend is broken, you want to still give the bulls the benefit of the doubt, because we all know this market just goes up and to the right, up and to the right, until it doesn't. Yeah, honestly, I mean, it wouldn't shock me for us to rip back to highs, you know, just with how this market dynamic works. You know, we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of factors. A lot of factors. There's quite a bit. We need to get through the week, but so far the market is still showing some resiliency off of the lows. We haven't had a lower weekly close yet. You're getting a little bit of a sell side candle here, but we haven't taken out the low yet. So if we take out this low pivot on SPX, then you need to be managing your longs. Caleb asking IWM 242 call into tomorrow. Tough one. Tough one. I'm undecided yet. I don't really like the indices are tricky. The indices are very tricky here. I am much more confident in individual names as opposed to the indices here. I honestly don't know which way the indices are going to go. I've taken off all of my indice trades on options. I truly don't know. I'm just being honest with you. But I've pulled off all of my indice swing option positions. I still hold commons in specific plays, but I honestly don't know which way the indices are going to go tomorrow. You know, I was shaking my crystal ball, but it gave me nothing. So just being fully honest, if anyone says they truly know, they don't. We could easily still have more downside, or we can go back up to the gap fill tomorrow and then they sell us off on Friday. You know, we still have a, I don't know. They could gap us up and sell us off. It's a tough one. We're kind of trading in this no man's land. Individual tickers, I think, are much better plays. I'm shaking it wrong. Oh, well. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Guys make me chuckle. You know, the one thing about this market, why I'm hesitant on the indices, is I don't believe semiconductors have sold off enough. You know, I look at, and although they're still in a very strong uptrend, I mean, you look at how semis are trading, even on the weekly chart, you still have 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. You haven't even sold off below last week's pressures. So I still think they're going to sell semiconductors off a little bit, just with what I'm seeing in Micron's chart here. You know, AMD's a little bit better. Nvidia, I see Nvidia with a failed bit of a breakout here, all-time high sweep. What an absolute fake pump there. I mean, that just pissed me off that day because I lost on a short play on the indices when they pumped up Nvidia. But what an absolutely potential failed breakout there on Nvidia. But today they're keeping it somewhat strong. We'll see if they want to take us right back down to the lows. So, in terms of an IWM trade, Caleb, if you're wanting to take the IWM long, you know, again, it's always about risk to reward. So, kind of like when I was mentioning about shorting the IWM, we were kind of trading in no man's land. I know people wanting to go long, go short, and I said we're kind of 50-50 right now. We can push up, we can fall easily. And then I said the better risk to reward is waiting for us to sweep that high pivot. We waited, we shorted, boom. The better risk to reward for going long the IWM is if they sell us off into power hour, down right back down to the lows, that would be a better risk to reward to go long. I wouldn't personally chase it here at the high of the range where they've slapped us down every single time, because that's where we've seen sellers, right? Every single time we've approached this area, we've been slapped down. We got rejected off the open, made a little bit of a high, slapped down, slapped down, slapped down again. Will we see us get slapped down? Maybe, maybe not. But if you're wanting to go along the Russell, it's risky here. I would personally wait until you get a sell-off. You might not get it, but that's just a better risk to reward in my opinion. All right, I need a little snack before power hour so I can stay energized in case we get some action here. What do we got going on? But I have entered a whole host of new positions, closed a lot. We've been active today. No problem, no problem. Let's see. I'll do a poll here. We'll see where the sentiment is. Power hour, pump or dump? Pump, dump, flat. All right, we'll see what the sentiment is. Peter asking, is it a good time to buy more TLT? So, again, I would say yes, it is. And I hold long-term position in UBT. I've been accumulating that specific treasury play. My average is sitting here at 1644. That's not even an alert. I sent out an alert a while ago on UBT. I've been sitting in it, but that's more of like a longer term retirement account that I'm just holding in. Not trading in and out of that name specifically, but yeah, I would say TLT is getting interesting here. It's showing some signs of life, which is interesting. If we look at the actual 20-year Treasury yield, you can see yields have gotten slapped back down on the long end. So what we're seeing today is the long end of the curve is underperforming the short end of the curve. And believe it or not, that gives an environment for mega cap tech to rally. When the short end of the curve outperforms, it gives the environment for megas to outperform a little bit more, and you typically see a little bit more weakness in your IWM. So I think that yields are in this interesting spot where the trend on the weekly is down, no question. The daily chart trend is still down, and you're technically coming into a resistance zone. The level that I would be personally waiting for is a retest of this trend line up here. Let's just look at some key moving averages on your 20-year. So you're getting the death cross on the 20-year yield, which likely means that there's going to be more upside for TLT. You can see TLT got the golden cross here a few days ago and you've gotten sold into. So yeah, if you're looking at it as for a long-term play, definitely TLT would work, but you might push up a little bit to retest this 50 and 200 moving average. So just understand if you're, you know, very, what's the correct word I'm looking for? If you're a stickler for price and you want a perfect entry, you could push up here a little bit more for the 20-year yield, which would push TLT down. I would say wait for this little bit of a retrace of the bottoming tail to accumulate a little bit more. But again, for long-term play, buying here, not a big problem. The trend is very strong on TLT. You should push higher. Nice to see that you filled the gap. No problem. You're welcome. You can see TLT has a very bullish pattern unfolding. And again, TLT is the opposite of the 20-year yield. So as TLT pushes, rates fall down. If rates push up, TLT falls down. That's just the basic nature of bonds and yields. But TLT, you can see, has this nice rounding bottom formation. And it's been stuck in this stage 1 basing formation for quite a long time. And it's starting to gain some momentum. You can see the weekly 200 is starting to flatten down. And this is telling us what? That we're likely going to be going into probably a little bit of an economic decline. You can even see this little trend line on the 20-year yield. That's probably your next big resistance zone, is slapping into this trend line on TLT. But the pattern is looking constructive. I mean, when you break out of this, I shouldn't say if, but when, and you will break out. You got this rather large rounding stage 1 basing formation, inverse head and shoulders, W pattern. So you haven't triggered it yet, but it's getting close. That's for sure. It's getting close. And when you trigger it, you got quite a bit of upside. You're looking at about a move to about 120-ish, give or take. So currently speaking, about a 33% move from here. And that's why I play the levered ETF one. I play UBT because it's leveraged. But also a chart pattern that's not looking too bad. Once it breaks out, you're going to get a fat run in it. So we'll see. But today you are seeing the short end of the curve kind of calling a bit of a bluff to the Fed, bouncing off of near-term support quite nicely. Whoops. I should actually lower that. We're at 4.25. And the problem with short end of the curve moving up too quickly is if this moves up too quickly and starts to narrow the divergence and gap between the 2 and the Fed fund rate, then that means you're going to have to get Fed members coming out with hawkish tone and rhetoric. So that's the only problem. All right, so big bounce in the equity markets. You have your dollar still holding firm at the highs, but taking a bit of a breather. Midday commodity check, crude oil breaking out to the high side. Look at that move. Potential Russia escalation. Gold also acting well off of the lows. Potential Russia escalation and fear. Silver absolutely having a stellar day to the high side, triggering this 10-minute inverse head and shoulders. Silver is getting pretty stretched here, but it's going into a parabolic run. I'm a little bit hesitant to short it. Although it's fulfilled my upside targets, silver is looking like it's in for a massive squeezing event. And just with how gold has performed in this cycle, I'm a little bit hesitant to short silver until we get a really extreme move, something kind of like this 2020 weekly RSI blow off move. So it's getting there. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks of upside. Maybe after this week, silver can be a potential short, but I'm just waiting on it quite, just being patient. That's all I can say. What else we got going? Nat gas still remaining firm. Nvidia, Apple's still ripping. Tesla down. JP Morgan's still floundering. All right, let me grab a quick snack, guys. And then we will settle in for the power hour session. We'll keep this Russell chart up here. IWM. Potential little double top on SPY. This is a shortable level, keeping your stop loss in place by these high pivots, an aggressive level, but it is a shortable level. Is it just a whole lot of chop and slop? Russell's getting rejected? Interesting. Chop that IWM down. Chop it down, chop it down, chop it down. Give me a sec here, guys. IWM is looking a little bit heavier here. Dixie's also softening up a touch. Tough to keep uranium down. Uranium is still a beast. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape here. Mm. I would much prefer them to sell this market into the close. Much prefer that. What do we got? So we got a mixed, wow, we got 6 votes here. 33% say pump, 33% say dump, and 33% say flat. I would say since the vote, we've kind of stayed flat, but we're starting to sell off just a little bit. Looking at BlackBerry here, it's getting yet again another pump here into the close. Crazy, crazy mover today. Look at that full round trip. It has been volatile. Holy moly. Still some lower highs on the Russell. SOX is now curling down. So you are seeing some semiconductors catching a little bit of downside pressure. 2-year yield still ripping, dollar still strong. Ram saying dump. Yeah, it's looking like it. Just voted. Yep, you changed the vote. Swung it in favor of a dump. Nice sell side candle coming into the tape here. We are seeing some downside pressure. SOX is heading down. Snapchat's still green. Intel still ripping and roaring. Nvidia's still slightly green. Rigetti green on the session. BBAI down 5. American Airlines are getting slapped around. Bitfarms down. MicroStrategy still down heavily. Let's look at just these crypto stocks again. So BTC still trying to bounce, but MicroStrategy obviously trying to bounce back into the 300 area. That proved to be a nice little local bottom intraday. Hmm. Peter saying, what's Peter saying here? ASGN is dumping hard, close to 2009-2020 trend line. How do I feel about it? Let's take a peek. ASGN volume. So 30-day volume under a little bit, under 1 million shares. So this name can overshoot technical levels. Let's look at it. Yeah, very oversold. So I believe, what, is this the trend line you're looking at? Close to? Ish. Let's turn off these. Alright, so down move, bounce, down move. First things first. Let's look at what we sold here was a $69 decline, 52%. Alright, so first things first, you could still easily fall based off of a symmetrical move down. You could fall to 37, 38 bucks still, 38 bucks. That being said, let's see what else we got going on here. You are trying to breach the monthly 200 moving average, so that is a pretty big area, in my opinion. That's a very big area. Monthly 200. Pretty oversold on the monthly chart. You are starting to form some really nasty weekly positive divergences. I would say, yeah, wait one more decline in this name to about 42 bucks and it gets very interesting for a starter position. One more decline, I would say. You haven't quite fulfilled that weekly positive divergence yet, but it's getting there. Let's see what else we got going on. Yeah, so you're breaching the 618 right now, but this is a monthly chart breach, so you breached it, saved it, breached it, saved it, saved it, breaching it. So it's a lot of chop. It's showing some signs of accumulation for sure down here. What else can we do here? Okay, so it's on that fib. Let's just look at some longer term zones here. Yeah, you're breaching that volume weighted. So similar to how you overshot it here, the volume weighted average price during your COVID sell-off, you can see you're kind of breaching that VWAP zone as well. Interesting. So on the monthly chart, you're now in a 1, 2, almost a 2 standard deviation from that COVID low. 1, 2, yeah, you're hugging that 2 standard deviation band again. Yeah, you're still just a whole lot of chop. It's a whole lot of chop and slop. I would say at minimum wait for a new 52-week low. Wait for a new 52-week low, kind of around this 43 buck level. before you get there. It could go a little bit lower. A little bit lower. No problem. Let's just see a couple of the things here. Yeah, you want to go a little lower. Interesting. Yeah, so right where you have a massive point, this is a point of control going all the way back to 2009. You have a massive volume shelf point of control that kind of correlates right in that symmetrical move area. So that's where it could go down. So that's your bigger area, but you probably will get a bounce here at about 42.90, 43 bucks. So, but let it go a little bit lower. Rams asking about Costco earnings. Costco, is that tonight? Is that tonight? Oh, wow, that is tonight, eh? Snap. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Ram. I did not even realize that that is tonight. Wow. Wow. Hmm. Costco's a machine. It just typically always gets bid up, especially since it's holding on to it. I don't know if I told you guys, but I worked for Costco once upon a time, summer job, and they're a very good employer. Very good employer. I worked there for, what was it, 2 years as a summer job, and the best thing I did was when I was a student, I used to they can when you were an employee of Costco. Yeah, I got a few shares. I used to buy the fractional reserves. So I used to take my paycheck and trim off a little bit every single paycheck without me missing it or realizing it, and used to buy fractional shares. And I started buying Costco. What year was I working there? I think I started buying Costco. It would have been before COVID. So yeah, I was buying, I think it was 2019 I was working. 2019, and then I left just before COVID. So I was buying Costco in here around June 2019, so 240, and that was one of the best. Oh, well. But yeah, Costco is a great company, great stock. Is it expensive up here? Absolutely, it is. But is it a Wall Street favorite? Yes, it is. Is it a tough name to short? Absolutely. Looking at the PE of Costco, 53.39. It's trading, it's like a tech stock. It's literally like a tech stock of consumer staples. But again, tough to short, even though it's very expensive. You can see the median P is at 20. Let's look at Walmart for comparison. You know, Walmart's PE is trading at what? 38. So Costco is even more expensive than Walmart. But Walmart sold off on earnings, its last earnings report, and then got bid up. So I'm hopeful. I'm hoping Costco sells off because that would give us a buying opportunity. But I really don't know. I mean, you're sitting technically at support. The market's in a weak environment. They've been selling staples off, so maybe they want to take staples a little bit lower. But it's a tough name to bet against. I don't hold any positions in Costco, but if it were to dip, you know, it would be a gift if Costco were to dip into this area, sweep this green bar. But I really just don't know. I mean, what are they forecasting here? 86.01 billion, 5.79 on the EPS. Wow. That's a massive jump though. Holy moly, that's a tough earnings to print. That's going to be a tough one to beat, guys. That's a big earnings jump. That's huge. You know, you look at the previous earnings here, estimate 62 billion, 63 billion. That must be wrong. That's way too big of a jump. That's got to be wrong. No, 86 billion forecast? Holy moly. I find that that's going to be tough to beat for Costco. Maybe it's a short. But that should be very tough to beat. I don't think they're going to beat that. I'd be shocked. Yeah. I'm getting 86 billion for Costco. That is crazy. No wonder it's so high here. Oh, it did 79 there. 58. 59. Why are they forecasting so strong? Did they open a whole shitload of stores? Maybe in the Asian market? But that's going to be a high earnings. Let's just quickly look at this here. Yeah, still consistent growth. Slowing down a little bit, but still pretty consistent. Hmm, interesting. It'll be an interesting one for sure. I'm curious now. But thanks for bringing that to my attention, Ram. Nvidia just barely green, hanging on by a thread. And big bounces in OKLO, big bounces in IONQ. It's one nasty little short on, one nasty candle forming on the Russell, eh? One nasty candle. Caleb saying he's got 235 IWM puts for tomorrow. We will see. Okay. Just be careful. Good luck, though. Good luck. We do have the dollar trying to creep up a little bit. Your semiconductors are trying to creep up a little bit. Gap filled to the upside overnight. We'll see. Anything can happen here. Anything. I would love for another gap down because we would get a huge 0DT play tomorrow. But you just look at it, we're still pretty extended in this market. And this IWM has traded a considerable amount of volume. So I would not be shocked to see more selling, but at the same time, you know how these dip buyers be. These dip buyers are sometimes just ruthless. You can see the very reason that IWM is stopping here, sitting right on that first fib level. Right there. Look at that nice clean pattern on Snapchat. They call that the big old bullish W. I don't know my ABCDs, but I know my W's. And that one looks clean. It's showing great relative strength. Even Meta looks like it's poised, guys. Meta's hanging on to support. Um, Not a bad area here. Meta's also potentially a bit of a long setup. It's been digesting. I think that you've had some selling into their release of their glasses, but I think that they're getting set up for another continuation bid here very shortly. Netflix turning green. Interesting to see Qualcomm. Qualcomm taking a bit of a breather, but still looks constructive. Like it wants to run higher. A lot of volume creeping into SPY. Final 10 minutes here. Costco earnings after the bell. Semiconductors are starting to squeeze here. SOXX catching a really nice bid here into the close. Seeing SPY catching a nice little bid. Your dollar still softening up just a touch here. You got the Russell 2000 just staying kind of flat. You're welcome, you're welcome. Hopefully everyone was able to make some money. We issued three 100%, over 100% 0DT plays today on the major indices. So it's been very successful. We took a whole bunch of profits with members, and we've also executed a bunch of new positions. Some short, some long. Still in a very interesting phase of the market. Crypto absolutely annihilated today. We're seeing semiconductors showing relative strength. SOXX is almost trying to go green here into the close. So had semiconductors not had this strength, the market would be well on its way to much lower price, but Semiconductors are kind of keeping a lid on the sell side pressure. Nice little pop there in the market. Unity Swap software has been hit pretty hard recently. You can see that's coming in. How's Palantir doing here? Probably catching a bit of a pump. So yeah, Palantir coming in a little bit off of the closing price here. BlackBerry squeezing into the highs. IONQ seeing some selling. OKLO still seeing some selling, but remarkable. Look at uranium, guys. Still positive on the session, showing unbelievable strength. Very, very strong day for uranium. You had Smith and Wesson go positive there into the close, so a nice capital rotation trade there. Not everything rallied off of that little SPY push, but certain stocks really saw a sizable bid into the close. You know, lots of volatility here as we get the MOC. Snapchat, nice push here into the close. Stunning move on BlackBerry. GDX strong. Nat Gas still strong. JP Morgan a little bit weaker here into the close. Let's look at the megas here. Nvidia trying to pop. Apple coming in. Microsoft still staying fairly muted. They're just trying to give Amazon a little bit of a facelift here. Meta softening up. Tesla not performing. Lots of interesting volatility moves here into the close. A lot of volatility. Roblox down. Paramount, Hobbs, RCL, Zebra Bill. Transport stocks are weak today. So quite a bit of interesting volatility here into the close. SPY at this point, if we look at that 10-minute chart, where are we trading? Look at how powerful this channel has been. Pivot, bounce, rejection, sweep, big bounce, sweep, big bounce, rejection again. Are we stuck in this channel for the rest of the week? Time will tell. There's also a potential that there's an inverse head and shoulders setting up on SPY chart. It has not triggered yet, but the bulls will be looking to try to press that tomorrow. I certainly think that might be the case. We will see what happens into the close. OKLO selling off a little bit into the close. IONQ selling a little bit. Micron trying to hold steady. Steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. Rig still down 13. Humana down. Let's look at Humana real quick because I know that one's been going through a lot of choppy price. Back test. Potential long there on Humana. Strong day for SNPS today. Shaking off. How's SRPT? Sarepta Therapeutics. That's just chopping around. GIS under pressure. Dollar General down. Costco ticker Wolf down 16% today. High flyer taking it on the chin today. QuantumScape. And big reversal back up on QS. Crazy mover. GameStop down a few percentage points. CCJ still remains super duper strong. Big buy program. AFRM is weak on the tape. That's continuing. to trickle lower and lower. This one probably gets a bounce tomorrow. See AFRM. Not a bad area. Let's look at WU. Wow. Western Union. Very cool. Hmm. All right, so SPY trying to catch a little bit of a bid here into the close, trying to break out and trigger that inverse head and shoulders. IWM catching a nice little bid, also looking like a bit of a potential breakout formation. Obviously, we'll see what happens tomorrow. There is more data after the bell. All in all, a fantastic session here for us. When you can take 3-0 DTE trades on the indice and all trades you bank over 100%, one of them 150, it's a great day. So we basically caught the big decline in the Russell, took the big initial bounce in SPY, then we shorted this pop, then we went long SPY. It's been fantastic. Fantastic day. And that is a wrap in the session, guys. We will have lots to discuss with member videos. We'll look through some of the recent trades we closed as well as new ones, but appreciate all the support, guys. Fantastic session. Hopefully you made money, and we will do this all again tomorrow. 0 DTE Friday. So thank you all. Cheers, Rem.